Guys, welcome to episode 67. I even had to check that before I started recording that it is 67 because I lose track of the numbers. There's been a little bit of it. I'm changing the format of this thing up a little bit. I started it just as a podcast about my own journey. And to be honest, there's only so much you can say about that before it gets boring. And I was talking Mr. Trad Sniper the other night. And I get a lot of feedback that people love guests on. So I'm going to do some about me, some as guests. Today we've got a special guest with us, Miss Maddie, Miss Maddie Hammond. She was actually suggested by the Trad Sniper himself. He mentioned her name. I checked on Instagram. I'm thinking, how have I never come across this archer before? I suppose best way to say it, PT, archer, globetrotting adventurer.
Maybe.
You know, if you want a life to live, listen to this lady now. Yes, I am back rocking the plaid. Again, that's down. You know what? I always used to love T-shirts. I was never one for plaid. The legend that's Johnny Bucket, Nathan the Welsh Wonder, and the mustachioed marvel that is the Trad Sniper have got me well and truly hooked on plaid now. They're going to have me buying more trad bows, aren't they? They really are at this rate if I keep wearing this stuff. Anyway, so that's how Lee suggested Maddie Hammond. And I remember at Kopi's barbecue, I thought, I'm sure he was talking to somebody named Maddie. I messaged him, said, "Do you know Maddie Hammond?" He said, "Yeah, she was at the party, mate." I said, "Any chance you could ask her if you'd come on the podcast for me, please?" So he put us in touch and she agreed. So it's an utter pleasure to have Maddie Hammond with me. Welcome, Maddie.
Thank you very much. Here I am. Great to be here. Thank you for having me on.
It's a pleasure. Now, initially the plan was, of course, when I messaged you, you said you'd record in person via Zoom. I said, well, either in person or Zoom, whatever's easiest for you. And you said, well, I'll come up to you, which is, 100 and odd miles.
Yeah.
She said, an excuse to have a hike in Shropshire. And, of course, you love your hiking, don't you?
Yeah, it's something I'm definitely getting into.
Yeah.
So I'm not the best hiker. I'm a flatlander, being from sort of northern border of London.
The home counties.
But I'm getting there. I'm getting better at it. And so it's a challenge.
Yeah.
That's what I really love about
I
it.
mean, my first thought was, right, have you come across Cam Haynes on YouTube?
Yeah.
Right, his lift, run, shoot things. I thought, right, middle-aged fat bloke, we can do Walk a Hill and podcast. So I was going to meet you over at the Wrekin and go up. I mean, I've done it twice, and for somebody my size, that doesn't lie about the state of your cardio fitness, does it?
No, it's definitely going up. It was a lot steeper than I expected, but what a perfect little place to actually, locally just train for, mountains and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Not too far away.
First time I went up there, I went far too fast at the bottom. I'm 300 yards up. I'm sat there wounded I'm puffing like a wounded fucking hippopotamus, thinking, if I send 999 a WhatsApp location, can they just send the helicopter over, drop the rope down and haul me out?
Just drone lift you up.
Yeah, that's it. 44 minutes it took me the first time to get up there. Last time I went up, I thought, right, go slow, leave your ego at the bottom. You got nothing to prove. All I wanted to do was go up without stopping, no matter how slow I had to walk. Because first time I had to stop 3 times. And I'm like, I've got all these old folks coming steaming past me. And I know
I had some older lady walk past me. I was like, damn. Okay.
Yeah. Last time I got it down to 32 minutes at a steady walk, which I was really pleased with, and I never stopped. But last time I was on my way down, and there's a guy running up. I said, God, you must be a glutton for punishment. He said, this is my 3rd lap.
Wow.
I'm thinking, how do you run up and down there 3 times and still be able to talk? It's as much as I can do to get words out when I'm at the top.
It's definitely something you do all the time. As I said, I'm being a personal trainer, I consider myself humbly fit.
Yeah.
But again, because of the environment that I live in, it's just all flat. I'm a flatlander. And so that it just takes a different level of cardio to just get up there, basically.
Yeah.
Something that I'm not necessarily conditioned for. Now, if I did it more often, I would be conditioned for it, but it's still quite new to me. So I'm not the best hiker in the world, not the quickest, but
Yeah.
I still get up there.
My son runs. He runs a lot. He's training for a marathon. He said the first time he started training properly when he was living in London, and he said the first time he did incline training, it absolutely kicked the snot out of him.
Oh yeah.
He said there's nothing can prepare you for suddenly going up steep inclines when
Yeah.
you're just used to running on the flat. He said, but his flatter times got so much faster thanks to incline training.
Yeah, definitely. You can like use it to supplement, kind of like how those, when they're like training for marathons,
Yeah.
the particularly in the African community, or even in like Europe, they fly over to like Kenya and like do like the high level,
Yeah.
like high altitude training. And then when they get like lower altitude, it's just like suddenly they just don't feel it as much anymore. So it's kind of that sort of thing. But for flatlanders, of course. So.
Yeah, I know. My age and size, I'd never run, and I started doing couch to 5K, but I've got mild arthritis in both knees, so that doesn't do me a lot of good. I am determined to get it done at some point, but it's not until it's only a few months back. Oh, it's all right. I was about to catch my crutch because, like I say, last Saturday night at the works Christmas do, I managed to rupture my left calf. So my hike up the Wrekin this morning had gone out the window. I was saying to Maddie, talking to Kobe about it in the week, he said, you got yourself a badass baller injury like that and did it in the gayest way possible. And I said, yep, that's about right. Bouncing on the dance floor to a cover band doing Avril Lavigne. It really is embarrassing. Not long back, I never realised. Back in our ancestry, when we were hunting, we would hunt by running animals into the ground. I mean, I didn't think we were that good at runners. When you look at how impala and deer and things like that go, we would literally outrun them. We'd run them 40 miles until they collapsed from exhaustion.
So like a book I recommend that people read is it's called The Comfort Crisis by Michael Easter.
Yeah.
You can listen to it on like Spotify as well, and it is so awesome, and it's about like, well, the comfort crisis that we are so like used to like the comforts and how we live today that we've almost forgotten how we did things in the past.
I'm living proof of that.
And he also he goes into like a lot of theory about like what the story is, but then he also takes you through a trip that he did with Donnie Vincent to Alaska for like 50 or something days on a caribou hunt. But anyway, one part of the theory he goes into is that we as humans, we are actually highly like durable. We're built for endurance, and compared to other animals. So like an antelope or something like that, like it'll be able to run really fast. We can't run fast, but we can go for a long, long time. And the way our skin is, that we're like, our skin is like a radiator kind of thing. So we just don't tire out over long distances. So eventually that animal would just drop, and then that's when we...
Mate, last Saturday in the gym, I managed 2 minutes of running on the treadmill, and I was gassed. I'm stood there, a post-hard workout glow, and I'm pouring with sweat after 2 minutes of running.
And also, we're the only species that can carry as well. So we can carry things for long distance, you know, like, maybe like logs and tools and, an animal body or something that we've harvested. Other animals, like you might think, oh, well, we have horses, and all this kind of thing. But a horse can't actually carry without a human strapping something to it. So we're the only actual species that can physically hold and pick something up and carry it.
Oh, wow.
And that's why we're so like drawn towards like hiking and doing like long distance challenges. It's in our nature as human beings, and that's kind of what brings me more to explore more like nature and things, and why I love mountains, even though I'm a flatlander, because it's really hard, like, to get up the top of a mountain. But
even the reeking, it's a tough old hike.
Yeah, your legs are like burning and stuff.
Yeah.
But it gives you that kind of mental strength, because you don't want to fail. You want to get up the top, but at the same time, you're burning kind of thing. And so it's hard, but you find that like mental and physical ability, that test that will eventually get you up to the top, and then you're awarded at the top.
Yeah, and that view at the top is spectacular.
That was
I mean, you can
good.
see over into Wales from there. It's a fantastic view. It's. I'm a big fan of a guy named Tex Grebner. I mean, he came.
Oh yeah.
You know, he came to fame on the internet, shot himself in the leg doing quick draw practice.
No, I didn't see that, but
yeah,
I think I heard you and Trad Sniper talking about it.
Yeah, that's how he became famous on the internet. Shot himself in the leg doing quick draws, but he lost so much weight, and he's got this thing: you've got to embrace the suck.
Yeah, that's it. Embrace the suck on the mountain. That's what gets you up to the top.
I live very much in a comfort zone. I don't want to live in that comfort zone because I know you never grow, you never improve when you sat in that comfort zone.
Yeah.
And last time I went up the Reeking, I'm halfway up. I was live doing a live on Instagram while I'm going up. My quads are on fire, and I'm like, I knew this had happened. I thought it was a brilliant idea. I'm halfway up thinking, why did you choose to do this, you idiot? But then you push through it.
Yeah.
And you get to the top, and there's that view. And I was absolutely buzzing when I got up there, because the previous time I'd had to stop 3 times. And it's... I could ask you, do women suffer with ego like men do?
Definitely not the same. I mean, we all have an ego. It's called to achieve things.
Yeah.
I don't like failing on things, and it's not more what other people think. I think it's you kick yourself over it if you don't get up. But I don't know. Like I see it a lot in archery. Like, a lot of the guys are more likely to take stupid shots.
Yeah.
Let's shoot this rabbit at 60 yards and we'll probably lose our arrows, but oh well. Whereas like I'm just like, I'm analysing the shot and I'm like, no, that is stupid. Like, I really don't care about that shot.
Those guys are definitely less risk averse than women. Yeah, I mean, like I say, that last time I went up, it was right, whatever you do, leave your ego at the bottom. Don't worry about how fast anybody else is walking. And it's right when they say comparison's a thief of joy, isn't it? You look at how fast other people are going and you think, oh God, I'm so crap compared to that. But you're thinking, well, hang on, no, because I'm better than I was last time. Last time I stopped 3 times. This time I haven't stopped at all.
Yeah.
And in going slower, I took 12 minutes off my time to get up there. And to me, that was the reward. The fact I'd got up there. And I've been fortunate. Both times I've been up there, I've had really good weather and the views have been sensational.
Yeah, and it's such a, like, it comes a bit round to me being a personal trainer. Like, that is such an important thing, to set the difficulty level that you can do. Now, you want to make it hard. You don't want to make it too easy, but you don't want to make it impossible.
Yeah.
And so you want to still make it doable so that you can see that progress loop, basically, that you're making, that you want to gradually go up in progress. So where you said you did it in 3 parts and then you did it in 1, and then that's where you think, wow, look how far I've come, kind of thing. And for me, when I used to train clients, that was such an important thing. I might have people that I had some people that are way stronger than me, and I'd take them to where they need to go. And if they were training for a sport, I'd take them to the level of the sport that they needed to do. But some people I trained, I did a lot about like posture and mobility, and just for a lot of people actually being down in a slump. And what I did, what they hired me for, is to take them through those first steps of getting back into like their fitness, or maybe they like suffered with a lot of like pain, like knee pain, back pain and things. And it's taken them from that place, assessing what can they do and how can we then give them those baby steps to keep going and just turn their whole life around. And I've trained people that almost had lost all hope. They thought, I'm never going to be able to do any of this kind of stuff. And then I've took them to a place where they've become more independent. They know what they can do, not what they can't do. Or if they can't do something, it's like, okay, I can't do that now, but if I do this, I can then be able to progress to the point where I can do that thing.
Yeah.
And that was so important. And, you know, that's really how you not only get people into activity, but how you keep people there as well and keep them progressing. And
yeah.
Yeah.
So when I train on my own, and I find that can be really, really difficult.
Yeah.
But the gym I'm a member of, the PTs there, I tend to people watch.
Oh, we all do.
You'll watch them. You got these buff men and women as personal trainers.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, I worked in a gym. I've seen everything.
Yeah.
Everything.
You watch them, and half the time they're training people. They'll give them an exercise. They're not watching them. They're then suddenly doom scrolling the phone or taking selfies.
Oh my gosh, I saw that.
And you think, you're supposed to be a goddamn trainer.
The only time I'd go on my phone is if we were having a conversation. He's like, oh, look, you know, what did I do on the weekend? Or, you know, while we're in that, like a rest set, because it's about building that rapport kind of thing. Or if I saw like a certain example of something on like a YouTube video that I wanted to show them. Yeah. That's where maybe I might take up my phone. But yeah, like, it's just like, all about being present. Like, too many people these days are just so, you know, like this kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like, you see, like, people go to, like, concerts and stuff, and they're like this the whole concert. They're not looking at, like, the person that they're singing or whatever. They're looking at their screen, watching the thing that they're seeing, and it's like, well, there are more. What are you here for?
More and more clubs now are actually banning phones on the dance floor. I mean, it's been a while since I been to a club, but
same.
I used to love God's Kitchen in Birmingham, which is a proper dance club, and I'd try and get maybe one little video section and half a dozen photos through the night, and the rest of the time my phone's in my pocket, of course I'm head down, dancing like nobody's watching. You know, I was in my 40s and in the middle of a bloody dance club surrounded by folks chewing the cheeks off where they've been dropping Molly left, right and centre.
Oh, now they have like what's called silent discos.
Yeah.
Where they have like the headphones on and they can like play what they want. And
three different DJs playing three different styles of music.
What is the point? Like the whole point is just supposed to have like one like ambience kind of thing, and you know, and you're just all going wild and enjoying like everyone's company.
That's what I loved about God's Kitchen. It was the first proper dance club I've been to. I mean, when I did most of my clubbing in the 80s and 90s, clubs were like cattle markets. And I walked into God's Kitchen, and there's half a dozen girls there with the mini dresses on, all the makeup and the hair and the stilettos, and they're looking really peed off because nobody's paying them any attention. People aren't in a dance club for that. They were in that club for the DJs. Yeah. The DJs are the superstars. And to watch them, if you stood up behind the DJ booth at God's Kitchen, you could watch the DJs build it and push it down. And you'd see the crowd surging and going backwards and surging and going backwards. And it just the most incredible atmosphere.
I know. I mean, I'm 31 now. I know I'm getting old now because, like, I notice things now.
You're
like,
still a spring chicken at 31.
When I was, like, in my sort of late teens, like, early 20s, I'd have, like, older people say to me, like, oh, you younger people, you're unbearable, you do all this kind of stuff. Now I'm in that position where I'm like, what are you doing? Like, you stupid young person. Like,
you're becoming the person you said. You're saying the things you said you swore you'd never say.
I'm like, what? Like, what are they doing now? Like, so I've become that person.
We all do it.
Like, they hear the music that I used to listen to when I was younger, and they're like, what is this, like, garbage that's on? And I'm like, no, hang on, youngster. Yeah. Like, that was the music that I grew up with, kind of thing.
I occasionally listen to Radio 1 on a Friday and Saturday night now. I turned off from that when it was all grime and drill, and I just can't get into that music. And then I put it on the other night. It's like the new tracks they're playing, dance tracks, have got such there's a proper 80s, 90s, early noughties feel to
Oh,
them.
is there?
Yeah.
See, I don't even listen to radio anymore because I've just like switched off from any like kind of incoming media, which is another sign that I'm actually getting old.
Yeah. Oh, no, I love YouTube. I listen to a lot
Yeah.
of podcasts. I love YouTube. There are a few comedy shows on TV I like watching, but I can't remember the last time I watched BBC ITV Channel 4 or Channel 5. No.
I do listen to podcasts. Like I listen to a lot of podcasts if I've got a long drive. Like today, driving up to this Telford area, West Bromwich. I was listening to Huberman podcast. I don't know if you've
Andrew
heard of
Huberman, Huberman Lab. Yeah, I like him.
Yeah, and it was with Dr. Kelly Starrett, who is like a big name in like the fitness industry and like mobility and stuff. So I was listening to that driving up this morning. I listened
to some of his. I listened to Rogan.
Rogan's good.
Yeah, it's just a variety of guests he has on.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd never heard of Rogan, God knows how, until I used to watch the Gritty podcast on YouTube with Brian Call and Aaron Snyder. Now, what a bloke, Aaron Snyder.
Aaron Snyder's awesome.
He is, yeah.
I mean, he's the reason why I started getting a lot of like Kafari stuff, and like he's someone that I trust, like his opinion, because he's even critical about like his own stuff that he designs, and that's how you know
he's left
he's
Kafari,
not there to sell
he?
you. Yeah, he's gone to like Born Primitive, which I mean, it's not a bad thing. Like obviously he can go where he wants, but it's a bit like I kind of enjoyed Kafari Cast,
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I like the fact he's like no bullshit. If he's got something to say, he says it.
I like people like that.
Yeah, you don't have to like him. You've got to respect him for the honesty. Yeah, so that's how I came across Joe Rogan. One of the early Gritty Bowman podcasts, which was called The Gritty Bowman. It was Call and Snyder. They had Cam Haynes on with Joe Rogan, and they were about Joe Rogan's podcast. And I'm thinking, do I live under a rock if I've gone this long and not come across Joe Rogan's podcast? But it's just the sheer diversity of guests he has on.
He's not afraid to talk to anyone, No.
Scientists, actors, comedians. Well, I mean, of course, recently he had Trump on.
Trump on, didn't he? Yeah. That was pretty good.
Yeah. Well, he wanted Kamala on as well, and he said, it's not about the election. I just want to sit and have a conversation with you so people can see who you are. Yeah. Well, I don't know if it was AI generated, but there was a video went out of a phone, reputedly a phone call between Kamala's staff and Joe.
Yeah.
And like I say, it's hard. There are so many deep fakes now, and it was them saying, well, yeah, she'll give you an hour. You've got to come to us. She won't come to you.
Giving him her the demands kind of thing.
Where can we put the teleprompter? And these are a list of questions you're allowed to ask. And I'm thinking, why? I'd have loved to have just heard her being her and having a conversation with him.
Oh, yeah, I wanted her to go on it.
Yeah,
I was looking forward to that more than Trump's one. I was like, I can't wait to see what she's got to say, like, if she can even say anything.
Yeah. I mean, Joey Diaz, I love it when he has Joey Diaz on. He's so funny. But, I mean, he has hunters, scientists, actors. Jimmy Carr was on there. Like I say, it's just this huge breadth.
He kind of gives,
people.
like, a human element to, like, people that you might not know even had a human element.
Yeah.
And that's what I think makes it really great,
Well, I think with so much media today, you see what the media wants you to see.
Yeah.
And for him to say, right, come on, there's no agenda in this, no schedule, let's just sit down.
Chat. And then they just go deep down the rabbit holes.
Yeah, I mean, like that, they'll get stoned on there or try DMT or mushrooms.
Yeah, go on some like DMT trip.
The joys of dimethyltryptamine. Jesus. That stuff, that genuinely scares me, that stuff does. I couldn't.
It's when he reacts to things
that.
As well.
Yeah. Oh, I love
like
that.
Joe Rogan's like, fuck, like the faces that he pulls and things.
Genuine shock and awe.
He's like, oh my God, like kind of thing.
Oh, it's just pure entertainment. But of course, because you had Trump on, I mean, Joe Rogan's always been known for being left of centre.
Yeah.
But they're now portraying him as this far-right extremist because he had a conversation with Trump, and you're thinking, what the hell's going on?
Yeah.
He's famously liberal, and now you're trying... I know they've said they think he has too much power because so many people listen to him. But
I mean, that's a good thing. That's great.
The guy's got no agenda. He just wants to sit down and talk with interesting people. And I love that about it.
He'll talk to anyone at any time, kind of thing, providing they don't give him all the demands and stuff. He wants to do it his way.
It, like you say, it puts the human side to people that you don't get to see the human side of. And I really like that. Anyway, God, look at that for a tangent.
Tangent on Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan tangent. When are we going to talk about archery? That's what your listeners are probably thinking. Like, come on, get to the archery bit.
But sometimes they prefer the tangents. They love it when I go off on random tangents.
It's where the comedy happens sometimes.
Oh, isn't it just? Give us some of your background then. Putting you on that. I know from listening. I've listened 2 or 3 times to your podcast. This isn't the first time you've done a podcast.
I was on the Push podcast.
Episode 288.
288, yeah.
I mean, that's where you say, we're not worthy. When you've been on the Push, that is one of the biggest archery pushcasts globally.
Yeah, I remember.
Globally, isn't it?
Because me and Zerndak were like... Because when I went to ETAR, so for people that don't know, I went to a... I'm going to call it an archery festival, an archery event in Pennsylvania, USA, called ETAR. It stands for the Eastern Traditional Archery Rendezvous. And it's in on a ski resort in Pennsylvania. There is 7 or 8 3D courses that you can shoot. We can get into a little bit more about that later on, but
it's just like tack for trad bows, isn't it?
Kind of, a little bit. I mean, it's not like a tournament or anything like that.
No, tack's not. It's just this massive festival of let's shoot little animals at stupid distances.
Yeah, 120 yards kind of thing. Yeah, I've seen that. And but anyway, I went to ETAR, and Matt Zernzak put his own range. He bought his truck, or he had a whole minivan, minibus kind of thing. And in the back windows, you could just see all the 3Ds kind of thing.
That is so cool, that is.
But anyway, he just bought a load of targets with him and just set them up next to his camp. So I had a 3D practice range, 40 yards from where I was camping. It was so awesome. But on Thursday night it was, everyone was just gathered around these targets. We were shooting until it got dark. And when it got dark, they just switched the floodlights on, and people just, shooting their bows kind of thing. There was a darts board and a few deer and stuff. A lot of the 3Ds came from you see his videos on the practice range.
Yeah.
A lot of them are those basically. And and we're just shooting, and I shot really well that night, which I made a lot of friends that night, because of my shooting. And it was a lot of high pressure arrows, because I'm oh my God, Matt Zernzak's watching. I've got Tom Clum standing behind me,
he's
watching.
An absolute Tom Clum Sr.
Tom
he
Clum,
is an absolute
what a wonderful
God,
gentleman.
Isn't he?
But I had all these people watching me shoot, and then I just kept putting them in near the middle kind of thing.
Yeah.
They say dead in the middle. I say around the middle. I'm kind of humble, but but anyway. And as we were walking to collect our arrows, Matt just said to me, he's "Want to come on the podcast?" And I was like, "What?" and I was just in shock. I was are you? Choking on it kind of thing. I was what do I even say? Is anyone going to want to listen to me yabber on about well, am I even going to have anything to say kind of thing? I considered myself quite a hermit kind of thing with not a lot to say. So but then Alex Melnick, who I met over there as well, he was just he'll get you talking kind of thing. And then yeah, later on, I just got a message from Matt, and he's like, "Right, let's get this date in for the podcast." And I was like, "Oh my god!" It like he was.
This is real.
Yeah,
it's gonna happen
kind of thing. And so we just arranged like around the time zones and things, and yeah, we just did the podcast. So, and it was just awesome.
It is. It's a episode 288 of the Push Archery Podcast.
Get on
as soon
it.
as you finish listening to this, go and listen to that. Mm-hmm. See, I first came across them, although I shoot compound. I love all forms of archery.
Well, it has things that transfers anyway.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah.
But it was, the first one of theirs was the film they did about his barebow shooting. What was it? 2.5 hours?
Yeah, it was just called The Push, wasn't it? Yeah.
That kind of got me hooked. I mean, I'd love to be able to shoot trad, but the hand-eye coordination, the throwing a ball thing.
Yeah.
If you stood in that corner there and I threw you a ball, it'd end up over there, down there, up there, or behind me. I haven't got that hand-eye coordination.
I can't throw a ball, but yeah.
So I've got a good old Mandarin duck black hunter upstairs, which I love, but I might shoot it once a year at the raccoon shoot at Paget. I missed it this year because I was down at Copey's.
For the price, I mean, that is a good bow.
One of the lads at the club has just bought one off AliExpress, and I think he paid 63 quid for it.
Wow.
That's
crazy. That's ridiculous.
Yeah. And I have to gap shoot it. Well, I presume it's gap shooting.
Yeah.
What I do is I shoot 3 fingers under, and it took Rob Jones to get me to anchor properly. I took it over there, and I tend to gun sight my arrow.
Yeah, that's what I tell a lot of people to do.
I'll look down my arrow. Oh, God. Nearly swallowed the microphone. It's easy to slip in when you've got a shoe teeth as I have.
Yeah, your anchor point on the mic,
Yeah. I'm one of the few people with more chins than teeth. And I gun sight down the arrow, and it just... Oh, Jesus, hang on. I'm gonna get a... No, this looks ridiculous. 3 fingers under.
Mm-hmm.
I used that and tuck that on the back of my cheekbone because it's bone on bone.
That's
anchor.
Right. You want that repeatable.
This whole thing where people say anchor the corner of your mouth. Well, if you anchor the corner of your mouth, look how much movement.
You get a lot of movement there. It's going to be inconsistent.
If you're listening to this on the audio podcast, you need to go over to YouTube and watch this because I look fucking spectacularly special doing this here. So I say he got me a consistent anchor point now, so I think I need to start shooting my trad bow more. I need to, like I say, it's a fantastic little bow shoot. I've got to buy some arrows for it, of course, at the moment. It's a 40-pounder, and I'm shooting 400 spine arrows. But to break them down, I've got 100 grain brass inserts and 175 grain points on them.
My arrows are heavy, definitely. But I see so many people, they might transfer from like compound and, they buy a trad bow because they're like, I want to get into trad bow. And so they're shooting their compound. They got this like beautiful, like upright, strong posture.
Yeah.
And then the moment they grab their trad bow, they're like suddenly like they think they're like some caveman and just sort of like just flicking these arrows off of it. And I'm like, wait, so you spent like all this time shooting your compound so beautifully. I'm like, why don't you shoot the trad bow like that?
Yeah.
Treat it the same. Get your anchor point, get that consistency. Put like a kisser button on the string or whatever you want. People might say something, but it's like, screw them kind of thing. You'll shoot better than them in like a few months' time. And do what you need to do to become accurate. And as you said, use that arrow as like a gun barrel kind of thing.
Yeah.
The tip of your arrow is front sight.
Well, that's the only way I can do it.
Your string blur in front of your eye is the rear sight. And then from there, you can then start to get a real nice repeatable shot and work out the accuracy.
Well, over at Rob's, I was using... In fact, I shot one of his bows with his wooden arrows, one of his nicest sets of wooden arrows, and he's only got me at 5 yards. And as soon as I get this repeatable anchor, I'm bouncing the shaft one off another. I'm thinking, shit, I really don't want to break one of his beautiful wooden arrows. He actually puts a lot of time into his woodies.
Yeah.
But I mean, there's a photo somewhere, the first time I shot a black hunter. I was flicking between Med and 3 under.
Yeah.
And I found with Med that somebody just took a random photo and my form was perfect T-shape.
Yeah.
With a Med grip. Sorry, Med release. And then I found I seem to prefer 3 under.
Yeah.
And like I say, that bit there on the back of my cheekbone there and just gun sight down the arrow.
But both work well. The reason, like the Mediterranean, they use it in the Olympics because it is inferior. It is a smoother release.
Yeah.
Because you've got the arrow that's between the fingers there.
Yeah.
And so there's less kind of string pinch on the string overall on the arrow. Whereas 3 under, it's a little bit different. But 3 under is more of like a bare bow thing because you want the arrow right under your eye so you can get that kind of...
the crawl.
You can crawl from it as well, like string walking and stuff. But you can also get like that gun sight kind of aiming method a lot better because you can get that arrow close to your eye.
Yeah. See, bare bow shooters fascinate me. I love watching the bare bow at Lancaster.
Yeah.
And that seems...
John Demmer. Yeah. I thought he was going to make it all the way like last year.
Well, he said he either does fantastically or misses completely, and now they call a complete miss doing a demo, don't they?
Yeah.
You know you've made it when the name was shot after you.
I was shooting at the because I string walk bare bow. I'm trying to get into a little bit more indoors to improve my own technique.
Yeah.
But I went to the archery company to do the vertical Vegas shoot.
Ah.
And that's pretty good fun. It's quite chill. You have like a bit of music in the background. You just
see. I didn't think that'd be chill. When you look at the
round.
caliber of shooters there,
yeah,
you know, especially when you got like Ella
chill.
Gibson there, you think this is going to be mega serious.
But a couple of times, like I did like a demo, so I'd shoot the arrow and it'd go off, and I was like, what? And I know it's me. I know it's something I've done.
Yeah.
It's not the bow. And a lot of people say, oh, stupid bow. No, it's 90% of the chance it's you.
I have this.
Yeah. But then straight away, I know what happened. And I'd be almost like really hyper-focused, talking myself through the next shot. And then I'd release it and it would go like straight in the middle. And I was like, yeah, that's how Denver does it.
Yeah.
So, but I did watch I really enjoyed the compound side of Lancaster. Like I do enjoy compound.
Oh,
with
I don't
have one.
The white dot at the bottom.
Watching Bodie Turner, like
mate,
I was just on the edge of my seat.
I was like that. I'm like, I've got white knuckles.
Yeah.
But I mean, I remember
they started using the 12 ring for like on the attack kind of thing, and that just changed the game and made it so exciting.
It did. I remember when I think it was the first. I don't know if you'll have come across a YouTube channel called Elk Shape with a guy named Dan Stanton.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
The first time Joel was at an Elk Shape camp and doing his thing with the people, and then there's folks in the comments, who's this guy? Who do you think he is? I'll take Dudley's coaching over his any day. And then 2 years later, at 15 years old, Bodie walks in to Vegas, and he's not in the youth category. He is in open pro
he's
male.
with the big boys. Yeah.
He's a tiny little fish in a tank full of sharks, and this tiny little fish turns out to be a goddamn piranha and eats a lot of them. And all of a sudden, it's like Joel's methods have gone from I'd rather trust Dudley into like, who the fuck's Dudley?
When it comes to like shot IQ, like I say to people, like Joel Turner is like the creator of shot IQ. He made the system, or worked out the system. He coaches it, he brings the program. But I'd say like Bodie Turner like is shot IQ.
He
was
the
born
ultimate
shot IQ.
advert for shot IQ. I mean, I started following Joel's stuff. Again, it was Brian Cole with the Gritty Bowman podcast. Got to be 8-9 years ago. and Joel used to teach under the Iron Mind Hunting banner. And I started following him then. And Simon, one of my friends, got me a copy of his book. Joel's
I've got
book,
his book.
Controlled Process Shooting. And I'm thinking next year, I keep thinking, and it's the way the marketers want to think. They make you think a new bow will make you shoot better. Mm-hmm. Expensive arrows will make you shoot better. A more expensive sight or a different scope. Well, guess what? A scope's just a round piece of metal or plastic you look through. Yeah. That's it.
And it's like you got the is it Eastern Parallel Pros, and it's like over £300 for like a set of 12 arrows.
If you look at the X10s, it's like £550.
Yeah.
And they said, but all the best archers in the world shoot them. Yeah. Well, that's because they're given them to make you think this is what you have to shoot. They're giving them a lot of them,
although Bodie Turner isn't sponsored, and he shoots them. But a lot of them probably are given them, but also like someone of their caliber, like someone like Bodie Turner, he can shoot the difference probably. Like
how many people genuinely
because
can,
he's
though?
like trying out all these like bows, and he's like deciding they're all shooting in the middle, and the people might be thinking, "Oh, what's the difference?" But like he can tell the difference, but for your average like archer, can't shoot the difference.
He is a two-legged hooter shooter, isn't he?
Yeah, pretty much.
So I mean, you put any and I don't think there is. I know nothing about trad bows, so I'm talking from a compound side. Yeah. From the major manufacturers, I don't think there is a bad bow made now, and you can take anything from a 29 axle to a 40 axle to axle, put it in a hooter shooter, and you can put cheap arrows on it, and it's going to put every arrow through the same hole. Yeah, it's this bit.
That's right. Yeah, it's
the
always
soggy
most
bit
of the time
behind it. That's the terrible bit.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think. I mean, I'd swear my friend Carl, he's another one of these just sickeningly gifted people. You could give him a pencil with an elastic band on, a broomstick to shoot. Within 3 shots, he's in the 24. He can just pick up anything and shoot it. That's his gift.
Oh, is that Carl?
Carl Timms.
No.
A guy that was at Paget. He doesn't shoot anymore because he moved out to rural Shropshire. Moved out there, but he was, I think his first nationals he shot with a crossbow. He walks up with his crossbow, 3 bolts in the back pocket of his jeans, and decimates everybody at the nationals, which pissed a lot of people off. You know, this long-haired guy that had come from nowhere, first time. You know, he'd done his 3 opens to get into the nationals, rocks up at the nationals, and wipes the floor. You know, did a Bodie.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think there are very few people can tell the difference between quality of arrows and bows. It's just what fits you, isn't it?
Yeah. I can look at a bow and have a good idea whether that bow will work for me or whether that's a good shooting bow. Like I can look at a riser and I'm looking at like the geometry of a riser, how deflexed is it, you know, what's the limb profile? Is it going to be an aggressive limb? Is it going to be a softer limb, or is it going to be a more stackier kind of limb? And people like different things. Like some people like a more stack, some people like a softer limb. I think more females definitely prefer like a softer limb because it can be a little more difficult to hold back and stuff. And because I one of the courses that I do have on the push is called Precision Tuning by a guy called Cody Greenwood and
Trad Lab.
That's it. He does some fantastic
I'm a
studies.
Compound shooter and I know who Cody Greenwood is.
I mean, so I subscribe to his course and he just teaches you like the ins and outs of like all of the bow design geometry, what you want to kind of look for. Yeah. He doesn't tell you what to buy. He'll tell you what to look for, but he'll just let you know that some bows have a wider window of tune, which is how forgiving that bow is going to be.
I suppose it's down to how forgiving it is, isn't it?
Yeah. And that's your choice to make. So like if you're going for a long bow compared to like a recurve, for example, with a plunger and a rest, That plunger and arrest is going to give you a more center shot bow, which is going to widen your window of tune.
Yeah.
The long bow is going to give you a much smaller window of tune, but it doesn't mean that you can't hit the target with that.
When you say
bow.
longbow, are you talking English longbow or American longbow, which is
Here's where I piss people off because I always think American longbow.
What we call American flat bow in this country is a longbow.
I call it an English longbow.
Yeah, an English longbow is an English longbow. A longbow is an AFB.
I can imagine some people on this podcast, right, turn it off now. She doesn't know what a longbow is.
Guess what? Wait till you fire your bow. That really pisses the purists off, that does. Have you seen it on the NFAS Facebook page where somebody says, fire me bow? That at one point, that would be
I've not heard them say that, no.
Oh, somebody went off on a rant because you do not fire a bow. There is no fire involved. There is no explosion. You shoot a bow. It's like,
I like it when someone puts something on that chat and then the next comment is like a gif of someone eating popcorn.
Yeah.
Because they know it's about to go down.
The one I really liked was the Archery GB page.
Oh, I'm not on that one.
Oh, how do I get into archery? Or I've seen the bow I'd like to buy. And the first 50 comments are all, do a beginner's course, you'll be dangerous. And I opened Facebook up the one day and there's this thing about that. And I was the first one to comment and I just put, and in 1, 2, 3 dots. And there it came. There's comment after comment. Where's my petrol? The fire's going. We need it to be bigger. And then I learned the way you shouldn't. When I was younger, I used to do it on holiday, and then I decided to. I've always had musical shooting sports as a hobby. Came out of DJing, wanted to go back into a shooting sport, and I thought, do I go clay pigeon or archery? Mm-hmm. And I'm thinking, well, clay pigeon, I can't practice in the back garden. The neighbours are going to be mighty pissed off if I suddenly start lobbing clays up and letting loose with a 12 bore. And the ammunition's not reusable, so it's expensive. So I went into local archery shop, bought a £70 Stinger and retaught myself. I had them wind it down to 60 for me, figured out, I can pull 60, no problem. And when you say I taught myself with a £60 compound bow on that page, and it's like...
if you're strong enough to handle it, why not?
They're beating a path to your door with pitchforks and flaming torches.
Oh, yeah.
At the top of the garden, I'd got low-level boss when I was shooting in the garden, and the first 3.5 foot is brick wall. Yeah. So if I miss my boss... I'm hitting. Yeah. I did a couple of times trying to teach myself back tension.
Yeah.
Pull. Oh shit! Talk to the right. Oh no, not another one.
Yeah. It comes back to. I studied coaching at university, and coming back to being a personal trainer. Not everyone is at that beginner level. Now, they might still even be a beginner, but you kind of got to have a bit of an assessment, like who is this person? What level are they at? Have they ever shot a bow? How strong are they? Like, are you going to give some 6 foot guy a 12 pound recurve? That's actually going to detriment his progress, and he's just going to be like, well, this is shit.
Give him a 12 pound to show him how to draw it, but then give him something suitable.
Yeah. Give him something suitable, and then, and guys like to feel the power of even I like to feel the power of the bow, and some people have better coordination than others as well. Yeah. Some people, they can't tell the left foot from the right. Some people, though, they just have this natural coordination, and it's not just archery. That's in a lot of sports are the same, especially in this country, that everyone just treats everyone like just know nothing, like cattle in a pen kind of thing, where actually you're getting people at different levels. Everyone's different, and you've got a good coach will be able to really identify those different levels and be able to cater for different people, and be able to check in with those people as well. So
God, my youngest daughter started on a £26 one of those cool recurves,
Oh, yeah.
You know, 60 quid for the bow.
Oh, I think that's what I did, because I did it like a beginner's course
Yeah.
kind of thing. That's what I shot.
And she had that about 14. She was still shooting it at 17 and said, that really is too light for you now, because she's only got like a 25, 26 inch draw, so she's only pulling like 20 odd pounds. And one of the lads at the club, Carl, I said, can pick up anything, can shoot it, jokingly said, try this, and gave her a 57 pound recurve. And Bethany had ridden since she was 3 years old. She's used to humping big bales of hay around and slinging feed around. And she picks it up. I'm sure it's on my Instagram, there's a video of her first time shooting it. Bam, straight back, like she's pulling wet knicker elastic. You know, that 17-year-old girl on 57 pounds.
Wow.
And it's just like, oh, I think your recurve's slightly underbowed now. So she jumped straight from 26 to 45 and shot it absolutely no problem. But yeah, I think it's... See, the thing, listening to the Push podcast you did, you noticed something I've been saying for a long time, the difference in outlooks between the States and this country. Like I say, in this country, it's, oh my God, you must wear green and white and do a beginner's course. In the States, you go and buy a bow, nip out to the local bit of public land and start teaching yourself. Yeah. Can you imagine if you walked into the local park here with a bow and did that?
Oh, you'd probably be like tasered, definitely.
Yeah, minimum tasered, possibly red dots all over you, the police
It'll
helicopter
be all over
above
the
you.
news, BBC, it'll be like man. If it was a woman, they wouldn't say it was a woman. No. There'll be man with a bow kind of thing.
Every every far left MP would be screaming for a ban on archery equipment.
Ban on archery equipment. We cannot have these savages with the.
Well,
with
guess
the
what?
and stuff.
Criminals don't care about the law.
No. If they ban bows tomorrow, which obviously I hope they don't, the criminals will still have bows. You know.
Yeah.
It's.
Well, that call for evidence they did regarding crossbows.
Yeah. That's so stupid.
I replied to that. And I researched the office.
That's what I did.
The ONS,
well.
Office for National Statistics.
That's what I did as well.
Look at the restrictions in firearms. I think it was 2022 to 2023. There were 3,500 non-air firearms-related incidents. How's that working out for you, making it really difficult to have a gun? You have to provide ID if you want to buy a knife. That same year, 49,500 knife-enabled crimes.
Crazy.
How's your banning carrying knives working out for that one? Politicians, why do they think they are so intellectually superior to us that they know what's going to work?
And then the crazy thing is, all they actually do is make the civilians defenseless.
Yeah.
And if
you want, what was it? I'm trying to think of the exact words. I can't remember the right words. If you want to overpower a population, just disarm them. And yeah, it works. I mean, I've had conversations with folks who are very anti-gun on about the States. Oh, they're all crazy. No, they're not.
Yeah, there is this.
They haven't got a gun problem. Yeah. They have a mental health problem.
Yeah.
And it's like, how can you give a 7-year-old a gun? Well, my first time on a shooting range was at 7 years old. And when they're raised in that environment, gun safety, they don't even have to think about, because the time they get to 14, 15,
they say in America,
it's second nature.
Yeah, they say in America one of the most responsible things like a mother or father can do is teach their child gun safety, basically.
Yeah.
And
you grow up respecting them, and you don't even have to think about being safe with it, because it is ingrained into you. You've been taught it since you were old enough to hold a gun.
When I was over there speaking to a lot of Americans, they were asking me a lot about this kind of stuff, and I'd tell them what it's like here, and they'd be like, I can't believe, I can't even imagine what a society would even look like without that kind of thing. And Yeah, and to that, for a lot of them, like speaking to me almost like made them a bit more appreciative of what they kind of had. And but since I come back from America, like I just hear, I mean, I heard it before as well, but you just hear like people talk about like all the stereotypes of, you know, your typical Americans and stuff, you know, everything like the BBC and the media like push out there kind of thing.
Oh, they have definitely have their narrative.
It's actually so wrong. And like I actually like correct people now, like kind of thing, because I'm like, no, that's not what they're like.
I mean, yes, there are parts of some of their cities you go into, and if you're the wrong colour or wearing the wrong colour clothes or look at somebody funny, you'll get shot. But guess what?
Same in London, right?
Parts of London, parts of Birmingham, parts of Luton.
Terrible what's happening.
You can't even walk around London now with a nice watch on because it will get stolen. It's not if it gets stolen, it's when it gets stolen. And you're thinking, we have some of the tightest weapons laws. I mean, a few years back, I wanted a blowpipe. I thought, I want the cold steel Magnum blowpipe. And Lele, that runs Silver Archery in London's a cold steel dealer. Looked on his site, couldn't see it, phoned him, said, Lele, I want this blowpipe. He said, you can't. I said, why? He said, it's a prohibited weapon. I said, what do you mean prohibited? He said, you're not even allowed to own one in your house. You make one, build one, or buy one, and it's covered by firearms laws.
It's crazy.
A freaking pea shooter? What is it we live in? No, I can't get too political. I really do think we live in such a nanny state where government wants to control every last thing we do. Why? Let us make our own choices instead of trying to... You know what?
People would actually be a lot healthier, I think, because they'd see... And people that make mistakes would see the consequences and more likely to change.
We have no consequences now, though, do we?
There's no... Yeah, like if you just get like too overweight to the point where you can't walk or anything like that, you just get disabled status, or you just go on like some benefit plan or something, and you're like just given your life on like a platter, when actually it's like, well, no, own your mistakes kind of thing. And
I mean, I've still got a lot more to lose, but I'm a hell of a lot thinner than I used to be, and I'd always been a proper chunker. I'd had like 48, 49 years.
But you recognise that, right? You've taken the accountability, and you know that every mistake you make is your mistake, and you own it, kind of thing. And that's what's...
I mean, yes, I still vape, but I've given up cigarettes. I have the occasional cigar, but you don't inhale. It just rolls around your mouth and out again. But like I say, I gave up the cigarettes purely by accident. I gave up the cigarettes. I bought a vape to see if it helped me cut down. Yeah. So I thought, I still really enjoy a smoke. I'm not going to give it up.
And then they're coming after them as well, aren't they?
Oh, so don't get me started on that. My vape juice, I pay 10 quid for 100 mil, which lasts me about a week. Yeah. They've now brought this tax is coming in. I think it's 1st of October or 1st of September 2026, where for every 10 mil, you pay £2.20 tax.
Crazy.
And then VAT on top. So that £10 bottle will be what? £10 for the juice, £22 in tax, which is £32. Add 20% VAT on top of that, £6.40, £38.40. Are they trying to push people back to smoking? Are they? I actually looked at the numbers, and smokers are net contributors to the NHS. They pay a lot. They pay a lot more in tobacco duty than they cost the NHS. Alcohol and obesity, they both pay a lot less in taxes than they cost the NHS. So, we know smoking's bad for us, but it's our choice. Yeah. Let it be our choice.
A patient fix is a customer lost, right?
This is why I'm really excited about RFK Jr.
Oh, yeah. Make America healthy again. I mean, it's so great. And you see like the pictures. Did you see like the pictures of the two health ministers like of the US like next to each other. Like one is just some like fat, crazy person,
don't even
and then
start me
and then
on
you
that.
got like RFK that's like
with
doing
his
like
shirt off, doing pull-ups. I'm
and it's like,
yeah, baby.
why would you not want him as like your like health person? Like he obviously knows
because
what health is,
the processed food companies, the chemical companies, and the pharmaceutical companies.
Oh, they're gonna go berserk.
Yeah,
yeah.
I
There's definitely going to be some drama around that.
Oh, there's going to be some huge
drama. But I think
drama.
they're ready for it, kind of thing. Yeah.
Have you come across a guy named Dr. Sean Baker?
I've heard of the name.
He was.
I don't think I've really listened to him that much.
He was on Rogan's podcast. That's where I found him. He's another practitioner of the carnivore diet.
See, I don't listen to every Rogan podcast because they're pretty long. Like, I'd
3-4 hours.
Yeah, like it's sort of one every now and then if I know the person I'm interested, maybe.
Yeah.
But,
well, I'd finished listening to one podcast and, Spotify will just put a random one on next. And it was this guy, and he's a medical doctor. And he said the biggest problem with the States, and the one thing I could never wrap my head around, was their healthcare system. If you haven't got the money, you're left to die, that's it. Or maybe that's an oversimplification. There are things there, but it's a lot harder to get healthcare. And he said the American healthcare system has this huge conflict of interests. The sicker people are, the more money you make. And they're all profit. You cannot blame a company for wanting to make profit. But you can when you're killing people to do it.
Yeah, that's why they don't like RFK, isn't it? Because he's going to attack that system.
And there are so many billions made out of healthcare. Whereas he says, well, hang on a minute. No, this is wrong. People shouldn't struggle to afford healthcare, but they do owe some responsibility for their own health. Let's get you exercising and eating clean, and you know what? Half your health problems will go away. They really will. Yeah.
Oh, and again, I used to come across it a lot when I was personal training. Like people have tried everything, every doctor, people's doctors, like that I trained as a PT. I had some example that doctors would say, don't exercise. And I'd be like, what do you mean don't exercise? And I'd take them around. They'd be a bit like nervous. They'd be like, oh, but I don't think I should exercise in that. And I was like, we're going to try this. I see your problem. We're going to try this. And then when you get the right muscles working, suddenly things start to get better. In this society, like, for example, let's take a back problem, for example. Yeah. There is a back problem epidemic, especially in this country. And so I think your viewers probably might find this quite useful, that typically for back pain, you have the freak accidents, but there are actually only like 1 or 2% of people's back pain is like those freak accidents.
Yeah.
Most other people's back pain, the chronic back pain, is actually typically one or more of 3 things. It's most commonly the hips.
Yeah.
People's hips aren't strong enough. People sit down too much. And
I'm guilty of that at work 8 hours a day on my ass.
The hips just switch off. And as soon as you start mobilizing their hips and getting their hips working, suddenly their back pain just magically disappears.
Yeah.
And they're like, whoa, And the second one is, believe it or not, foot health. So the strength of people's feet, because, and this is where big shoe come in as well. Big shoe is bad. Okay. So they try and sell you these like clunky trainers with like literal like Benson's for bed mattresses on the bottom of them,
I'm guilty. I've got a pair of Saucony running
these
shoes.
are going to sponge your feet, lovely. But all they do is just like relax your foot more and make them weaker. And what happens is your arch starts to collapse in, and then your knee collapses in, so you're more likely to get knee pain because you're essentially walking flat-footed.
Yeah.
And then your hips then turn in, and then your hips become weak, and then that then goes up the chain towards like
it's
back
a domino
pain
effect,
things.
isn't it?
Oh yeah, domino effect. That's right.
You saying
and then
that?
The third way is then typically not a strong core. So like people's cores aren't very strong.
Yeah.
But normally if you hit one or more or all of those 3 aspects, most people, their back pain will disappear like magic over the next few weeks.
Yeah.
Like, it's incredible.
You say that about your hips. I can't think where I read it. See, it's while I was deep diving on carnivore, and you know, it's like you come across a medical study, and you've got all the references for that, and then you go and look at them, and there's all the references for those, and before you know it, you've lost days.
You're on a rabbit hole.
Yeah, your eyes are boggled. You're so deep in this rabbit hole. It's like, how the hell do I get out of this? And there was a study that provided a direct link between hip strength and mobility and longevity of life.
The more you can do as you get older, the healthier you're going to be. Definitely.
If you break your hip at a certain age, you're pretty much guaranteed to be dead within a year. And I'm thinking, this is why.
Oh, that seems a bit extreme, but I see where they're coming from.
Yeah,
in ways.
why aren't we being taught this more?
Why aren't we taught it at school?
Yeah.
You know? Yeah.
I got back. I don't know what it's like when you.
You don't have to have a sports degree where you can go in it really in depth, or you can buy books and things. But why don't we talk about in school just the very basics of keeping your mobility and health up? Kids can understand that stuff. Like there was so much stuff I learned in school that just useless to me now, kind of thing. And there are things that I wish that I would have known. And
when I was at school, I don't know what it's like when you were at school. Of course, we were about 20 years apart. We had to do PE twice a week.
Yeah, that's what we had to do as well. Yeah, but
now
then
it seemed like if you wanted to miss PE, half the time they wouldn't accept a note for your parents. They want a bloody doctor's note for you to get out of PE back then.
Yeah, we had to have
it's,
like a note and stuff.
And you daren't not take your kit, because if you didn't take your kit, you'd be sent into the lost property box and get some dirty, scutty old crap that you had to put on and do PE.
So I went to school in the 90s, and it was still kind of like that before, like, the regulations came in. And
before, you can't have them play competitive sports. It'll harm the little darlings. Well, no, not playing competitive sports. You're getting kids that are so out of shape.
Yeah.
And you're getting kids with no resilience because they don't know how to lose. These are the same kids whose parents don't love them enough to say no to them. And it's, no, I can't get off down that rabbit hole, because I start ranting like a crazy man.
There's a lot of things about health that we should be taught in school, but we don't. And and people suffer for it later on. And I dealt a lot of that. I helped some people. Like, I hate to brag, but, there are some people that I changed their life through, like, PT, and, and they were just so grateful for it. And I took someone who was, I took people that barely could move off the sofa or could barely walk that far to then the point where they could actually do more things that they wanted to do, even if that was carry their own child or carry their grandchild, lift up their grandchild. I think that was one of my clients' like goals, was to be able to lift up his granddaughter, kind of thing.
The kind of things most of us take for granted, but a huge quality of life influences.
Yeah.
That's got to be such a buzz when you can do something like that.
Yeah,
you I feel remember like you've properly achieved something.
There was a client I had where she had like damaged her knee. I can't remember what happened to her knee, but she had a really bad knee. And her goal was to do the London Marathon.
Oh, wow.
But she could barely walk. She could barely run like a few miles without feeling knee pain. So, and within a year, we mobilized the area. We started on the basics. Then once we'd like mobilized the area, got her knee feeling better, we then went into some very specific movements that we're gonna, and teach her how to do them properly, that we're gonna then set her up, set up that kind of base of the pyramid of strength and mobility. And then we just kept building it up. Next minute, she's squatting like 90 kilos on the bar.
Jesus.
And I remember she came into me one day for a session. She was like, I ran 10K the other day. Like, I entered this race, ran 10K. And I didn't feel any pain like the whole time when running. And I was like, that's great kind of thing. And I got her like completely like marathon ready.
That is incredible.
Yeah. And eventually, she did the marathon, and it was brilliant. And so you can do those things, and you just need the right approach and just to, to know what you're doing and have direction.
So this really is the kind of stuff we should be teaching in school, though. Teach them how to live long, fit, healthy lives, because then suddenly you haven't got an NHS that's overburdened because everybody's...
100%.
We need to take more responsibility. And I've always said, I'd always been a proper chunky monkey because I loved food and hate exercise, and I loved all the unhealthy foods.
Yeah.
Stuff that back then they were telling you was healthy. Cramp cereals and orange juice down your neck. Well, why do I want to drink a glass of sugar and eat this highly inflammatory stuff?
Do you remember Sunny Delight?
Oh my! Wasn't that?
That was so amazing. That stuff, but it's so bad for you.
Yes.
But when I was a kid, it was like the big thing in the 90s. So I was like, Sunny D kind
orange
of thing.
Juice from Chernobyl.
Turkey Twizzlers.
Jamie Oliver on those with his school dinners.
Screw you, Jamie Oliver. Turkey Twizzlers were like, they were... I mean, as a kid, I didn't know different, but like Turkey Twizzlers.
None of us did.
I was a Turkey Twizzler kid, I was that generation.
Even now, have orange juice as one of your 5 a day. Yeah, it's better than drinking full fat Coca-Cola, but it's still a massive sugar hit and instigates quite a violent insulin response in the body. Why they're telling us stuff is good for us, when it's really not. And they'll tell
us like milk is bad for us, and milk contains fat, and it's like they've the health and fitness industry in the mainstream have absolutely bastardized the word fat, because fat is so important. Like if I have a Greek yogurt, I'm having full fat Greek yogurt. I'm having eggs for breakfast. I'm having, milk, of course, like full fat butter and stuff. And I feel so energized when I have that, because that's where a lot of your energy comes from.
I found this when I started carnivore, that we've basically had to upend, and it was difficult to get into it because it contradicts a lifetime of what we've been told. And suddenly they're saying fat's good for you after we've been it was wasn't it in 1960s or 70s study in the States where the sugar industry paid
I remember something about
paid
that.
to have a skewed study that sugar's good for you, fat's bad for you.
And salt apparently is bad for you, but it's actually good for you. Like, there's the phrase, don't blame salt for what sugar did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if it wasn't good for us, why do we... That is the only mineral we have a taste bud dedicated for, salt, because we need it. When I get up in the morning, I'll have a couple of glasses of water to hydrate, and then I have what's called a bulletproof coffee, which is just coffee, a shot of MCT oil, and 25 gram of butter in it. Put it in the blender, away I go, and jeez, it tastes so good. Yeah.
And it will energize you for ages.
Oh, it
especially
does.
The butter in it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm a bit hit and miss with my diet at the moment. There's more carbs creeping in, but I found the biggest difference for me when I went carnivore was the puffiness that disappeared. My face became a lot less round. I wasn't dropping weight, but this tucked up and tighter.
Yeah, your composition.
I could actually see some cheekbones instead of having a face like a beach ball. And the reason I tried it was supposed it had anti-inflammatory properties. And I've got a bone spur between the C5 and C6 vertebrae in my neck. And when I was lifting my arm up like that, it was painful from there to there.
Yeah.
Now I get a slight twinge from there to there. That's it. And that happened within 2 weeks of starting carnivore. And I'd had this pain for 7 months. And I'm thinking, there's genuinely something to this. Is it viable as a long-term way of eating? Some people do. I don't think I could, because I do like my food.
Oh, yeah. And it's really important to enjoy food, because we've again, like enjoyment food has been so demonized, and it's not that it's not good for you, but it's like, like if I go to a restaurant, I'm pigging out, you know, like I am, take me to Pizza Hut, I'm having a full, great tasting pizza kind of thing. But I don't eat that. I don't eat like that all the time. And so when I eat well, most of the time I can then appreciate I can go to a restaurant if I'm with some friends and just pig out and, go to a buffet and stuff myself.
Oh,
that's
found
not
that.
going to affect me.
But I found after a month on carnivore, when I had carbs, Jesus Christ, it was like giving me crack. I craved and craved, and I didn't realise until a few weeks back, carbs promote cravings. They promote hunger.
Well, sugar is the most addictive substance in the world. Yeah. It's more addictive than like Class A drugs.
The great white killer, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I mean, there's natural sugars. Like, there's a debate over fruit. I'm in the belief that fruit is good. I mean, it grows on trees for us, to eat kind of thing. There's nothing bad about that. It's all more like these refined, like fake sugars and things. But a lot of like overindulging, overeating comes from our very survival instincts. So we as humanity, before we had all this like comfort and stuff, it used to be about survival. And so when you got a meal as like a primitive human being, you had to eat all that meal. Your instincts would make you gobble everything, like overindulge, because you might not have another meal for a few days. And so we'd be in that scarcity loop where every time we saw food back then, we'd have to eat it. We'd want to eat it. Yeah. We haven't changed as humans in our wiring, but our society around us has. And so we still have that instinct. Oh, food. Let's eat it. If we have a whole plate of food, we're eating that whole plate kind of thing. And that's where a lot of people go wrong, because they're not realizing, wait a minute, food is of abundance now. I don't need this. Like, I have enough to keep me going. And a lot of people have lost that ability to make that judgment of how much food that we're actually eating. So,
I mean, back when we were evolving as well, we wouldn't have had these hyper-palatable foods that were loaded with MSG to make you want to eat more.
It's all business. And,
calorie dense, nutritionally bankrupt. And it's like, no. And I did an episode on why we overeat, and when I was researching it, I'm like, this is ridiculous.
Yeah.
We're
wired to overeat, but we just don't recognize that we don't. No. We don't have to follow that wiring in today's comfortable society. No. And that's where people then slip. So.
Yeah. Christ, like I say, I was guilty of that for nearly 50 years.
Yeah.
And I still slip, but when I was talking to the trad sniper, I said, all I've got to remember is have a bit of empathy, but don't make empathy an excuse, because I can come up with excuses like a politician. I can come up with better excuses than a politician for justification for eating 17, 16-inch pizzas and 5 litres of Haagen-Dazs. I can justify it. It's not how many times I come off the wagon. It's making sure I always get back on once more than I come off.
Yeah.
And just keep going. I can't see a change in myself until I look at a photo from 2018.
Having that mental control as well when you're eating. So we're going to talk about like shot IQ, and what about shot IQ when you're eating? Because you're seeing that beautiful plate like of food, maybe a lovely like pizza or something, and your thoughts are saying, God damn it, that looks good.
Yeah.
Your thoughts are saying you need it. You need that pizza. You're gonna have the whole thing.
Yeah.
You need it to survive, kind of thing. Take it. And you got to stop that and just eat the pizza slow enough that you could stop it, kind of thing. You got to have that control.
I like this.
To say, no, I'm gonna eat what I need, and I don't have to have the rest. I can put the rest away, kind of thing. And you got to have that mental control. And a lot of people don't have that mental control. And that's what it's all about as well.
Discipline.
Because we are wired to eat it. We're wired to have those thoughts.
Yeah.
But we can't listen to that in this society with all the distractions. We got to put out the distractions, and we got to really have that control of what we're eating and stuff. So
with you rewilding, so if you don't know what that is, go back and listen to episode 288 of the Push. That will be explained to you. Rewilding. Do you find going out and spending a lot more time in nature, does it help you clear your mind and simplify things and look for a simpler, cleaner life?
100%. Like, nature is just magical, and like it just has mental healing like properties to it. Like, we're designed to be out in nature. Like, the actual like city environment is so like stressful, and that's why you go to London and everyone's miserable. Like, and I'm not saying like everyone from London, I'm sure a lot of your listeners are from London, but in general, you know, people around like city areas are not as happy as they could be, maybe. And when they find more nature, it just calms you down. It puts you back into that kind of primitive state of mind where you haven't got that mental stress, and then you can just focus on like the physical stress to improve yourself. And I
mean, I presume you notice more around North London as well. If you walk down the street tomorrow and said good morning to everyone you walk past, they would look at you like you'd gone out to lunch, wouldn't they?
Yeah. And I find that weird when I go up north, and when I went to America as well. That was the biggest culture shock. Yeah. Because everyone in America is saying hello, like it's a normal thing to have a human interaction out there. You know, they are, you know, everyone there is just saying hello to me as I walk past them, and not just like a hello. Some of them are saying, how you doing? What are you doing today? You know, hey, they point out something. I like your bow. Hey, I like your hat. Yeah. Something like that. They're saying stuff to you, and it was such a culture shock coming from like North London area, and I was like, these people are talking to me. Like,
well, when I moved down to Cornwall, I moved into a small market town.
Yeah.
And if you didn't speak to everybody you walked past, you were considered pig ignorant.
Yeah.
It was the thing. Good morning. How are you? And they just had a Tesco open up there, a big Tesco. You couldn't go in for a quick shop. If you wanted one item, you were going to be 40 minutes because everybody going through that till had a 10-minute conversation with the cashier. And it felt so much nicer there. I'm naturally quite, believe it or not, doing this. I'm naturally quite introverted. Don't like a lot of people.
Same.
But those human interactions there felt totally different to human interactions here.
And isn't it when you're an introvert, like, you value human interactions from genuine people a lot more?
Yes. Yeah.
You know, you keep yourself away from like most people. Yeah. And not because you're like a bad person, you just like that balance.
Yes.
But when you do start to have like a meaningful interaction with someone, it just means so much more, and it makes it so much more special.
It does. So when you were at ETAR, you were talking about your Selway quiver that they made for you there and then, and on about, this is a drum I've been banging ever since I started dealing with firms in the States. The difference between their customer service and customer service over here. Yeah. And I was flabbergasted listening to...
So see this jumper I got on? This is actually a Selway archery. So I got this at ETAR. I saw someone else with that jumper on, and I said, I like that jumper, and, you know, I want one. And that was someone within, like, our sort of big sort of push community camp. And Andy Kohlhofer was there. He'd check in with me a lot, actually. After I saw him and got the quiver, he'd check in, hey, how you doing, kind of thing. How's that quiver holding up and stuff? And he was just like, oh, you want a sweater? Yeah, I'll save you one. Come by the store next set.
Oh, wow.
Got myself like the last in this size of this sweater kind of thing. You wouldn't, like, definitely not in North London. You would not get that. You just
no.
It'd just be like, well, screw you. There's one left, and if it goes, it goes, kind of thing.
Yeah. Even within the archery community, I've found that I've bought strings from 2 different companies in the States. I've bought various bits from companies in the States, and their customer service is just, if they can do something to help, they will, and they're not always looking to make another buck.
Yeah.
I know shops have to make a profit, but when years ago, I fletch arrows for people. If they don't know how to fletch, I'll fletch their arrows for them. You look in shops now; it's nearly £3 to have an arrow fletched.
Is it? Wow. See, I do all my
with
own,
their fletchings. You know, these are fletchings you can buy for £2.99.
Yeah. For
a dozen, and charging £3 if you provide your own fletchings. It's £2 an arrow to fletch. And
crazy.
I'm thinking,
and when you got to have
you go and spend
36 of those fletchings stuck on. You go.
When I used to work in an archery shop, we were expected to fletch 12 arrows in 20 minutes. That's what we were given, to fletch 12 arrows using a Bitzenberger. You go and spend £1,500 on a bow, and it's £40 an hour to set it up. I was talking to a couple of shop owners in the States, and it's like, what? Said, you've just given them that money, why aren't they setting you up? And it's like, yeah, I mean, I know Lale down in London, when I bought some arrows from him, he didn't only cut them for me before I bought my arrow saw. He phoned me up and said, I've just got the order. He said, our postal collection's already been, but I'm just going to cut them, square them for you, and go and run down to the post office so you can have them for tomorrow morning. Wow. It's like, that is customer service.
And when I went to the Selway booth, I was just originally looking at them. I didn't actually intend to buy a Selway quiver. I didn't come in thinking, I want a Selway. But I just saw the store and I looked at it, and then at the same time I was like, oh, it's Andy Kohlhofer kind of thing, the Andy Kohlhofer, and his wife Debbie, who was just so lovely, and so I was originally just talking to him, and I said, oh yeah, I like your quivers, I've got this one, and he was just like, well, how'd you find it, kind of thing, and I said, well, I love it, but I said, I said, I have Yucca limbs, and this is the recurve fitting, and it doesn't fit quite, so it does slide. Now, he could have got offended by that. He could have been like, oh, don't be silly, our quivers are the best quivers,
Yeah.
But instead of just saying, well, whatever, ours are the best quivers, he showed me, let me show you this product we have,
Oh, wow.
I've got a product for you that will fit that, and it will eliminate your problem. He saw my problem, didn't get offended that I had a problem with his quiver, and solved that, offered me that solution. And he said to me, for $60, I can take your quiver off, I can change the parts so that it fits on there.
Bloody hell.
And I thought to myself, okay, you know what, I'll think about that. And then what I actually did is I came back and I said, I have a whole new quiver system, actually. $120. Or I think it was a bit less than that.
Amazing, their quivers.
Yeah. And because I just valued his company at that point so much, because he'd taken the time to actually invest in me and my archery and ask me those questions. And that was just so awesome. And then that's when I then met Matt and Zach at the Selway booth, because he just came over and then he saw me and he was like, Maddie Max kind of thing. He's like, you made it. That was awesome. So and I was just like, I'm having my quiver, and I got to see Andy Kohlhofer proper cranking the screws, putting the Selway together, putting all the foam in and setting it up, and it was just great.
Was that kind of surreal when you see somebody you've looked up to and you've seen them online, and then suddenly you're in their presence?
All over ETAR, not just with some of the more well-known guys, but there were so many people that I followed and knew on Instagram. Yeah. And when you see them in real life, it's a little bit different. And I'd stop and I'd pause and I'd be like, I know them, but I don't know them. Like, I know them on Instagram, but I'm like, am I sure that's them? Like, do I want to go say hello? Because, again, the culture clash, if you go up to someone in London and say, oh, hey, you know, Charlie, you know, it's you.
Yeah.
And really it's George. And then George turns around and looks at you. What are you looking at? Kind of thing.
Yeah.
You know, kind of thing. Like, who do you think you are? Kind of thing. And you, that could even get you in trouble, unfortunately, in London.
Oh, God, yeah. Everybody suddenly turns into Billy Big Bollocks.
Yeah. And then, but there is, you know, it's completely different. You know, you weren't afraid, actually, that they were going to. And once I realized that, it just made me so much more comfortable, like, chatting to people. And, and I'd have so many people, like, they'd hear me speak and they're like, whoa, you're not from around here, kind of thing. And then they'd start like,
oh my God, are you from England? Do you know the Queen? Do you know Mrs. Smith in Blackpool?
I said, well, I got I didn't get asked if I know the Queen, but a lot of people though would ask me like, oh, what's it like over there, or what's archery like over there, and stuff like that. And
nowhere near as cool as it is in the States.
There's definitely like a cooler like vibe to it. Like they do archery with like more of like a purpose, and like I don't want to say that we don't have like any end goal or purpose. Like we all want to get better and stuff.
Yeah.
But for them, it's September opening day. Like
I was
they have that goal at the end of the year, and they want things perfect for that goal.
Yeah.
Definitely the serious ones. Whereas we just sort of go for a shoot in the woods and we're like, yeah, I did well. No, I didn't do too well today. But there's no real like pinpoint goal.
Yeah.
Like I am going to be ready for this moment kind of thing.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe some of the more serious competitors that maybe have like nationals and stuff. But, you know, all in all, we just sort of...
Even most of their a lot of their target shooters are hunters anyway, aren't they? And for all... they develop target bows, particularly on the compound side. It's paid for from the hunting side of the companies. That's where the money comes from.
Yeah,
to
like
develop
Hoyt, like their money comes from a lot from like the hunting bows.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
And
I do find it exciting, like when they start releasing all their bows, because it's just cool to see what they come out with. And they're all friends of each other, these companies, but at the same time, they are competing against each other.
Oh,
and
yeah.
They respect that. Like,
there's
no like beef between like Hoyt and Matthews, but they respect each other, but they'll use each other to like make each other better, kind of thing. Like
apparently
iron sharpens iron.
Number of times. They sue each other every year over different things that never makes the headlines. But yeah, of course, I mean, if the more companies there are, the more people you potentially get into it and grow the industry and sport as a whole.
That's it. They encourage that. There's a lot more encouragement of growth in archery, I'd say, in the US. They're a lot more... they're open to shooting in your backyard, like we said earlier. They're a lot more. They want to sell you their bow, kind of thing, in a very progressive kind of way.
Yeah.
Like they want you to go from this bow and progress from that, and they have a bit more of a progression. Whereas here, it's like 6-week beginner course. Well, all right, you're safe, even though you might not be safe.
Yeah.
Now you're on your own. You still don't know shit about shooting, really, because you can't learn archery in 6 weeks.
Oh, God, no.
You can't in 6 hours.
You can learn the basics of safety and how to point it at something.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Like, and and we just let go of people, and you know, and then they get problems that they can't solve, and there's no one qualified around to help them with those issues. So they're just like, no, I give up then, whatever. And then sometimes like our own community, like gatekeeps so many new archers coming in.
Oh,
like,
Lord,
big time. Like all of this. This is the one that I hate the most, like the animosity, like that a lot of trad archers have to like sighted archers and compound. It's like, what are you doing? You're shooting yourselves in the foot. Like you're not going to get the income to your clubs to get yourselves more targets. You're not going to be able to then run beginners course and then get more people. Like it's all a big cycle.
Yeah.
And it's like there's not a lot of compound archers I know in the NFAS, because there's like a lot of these stupid remarks kind of thing, like, oh, we don't want you in our woods kind of thing, you're sighted archer, you're cheating and all this kind of stuff. And it's like, why would they want to shoot in the woods with you if you're going to be like that to them? It's like, I think some people with compounds, I think they're some of the nicest people in the NFAS. And
we're some of the sickest and most twisted.
Cool. It's really cool gear. Like when someone's got a compound, I'm like, hey, what are you shooting kind of thing.
Yeah.
That's the best way to break the ice with someone in archery is the simple question, what are you shooting? I like your bow.
Yeah.
And people love to talk about their equipment, you know, me included, I'm sure you do. And so it's a great way to make friends in archery, just to say, hey, I like your bow. You know, pick something on the bow. Hey, how does that work? If you're a trad archer, maybe you're not interested in getting a compound, but just ask that compound archer, how do you do what you do? You know, and they'll explain it, and you can actually make a friend and enjoy shooting with them. And we miss a lot of that.
I love shooting in mixed groups. I mean, I shoot EFA as well as NFAS, and in EFA, you shoot in your own class groups predominantly, unless they're low on numbers when they're mixed groups. But I've said it so many times. I am in awe of good trad shooters.
Black magic.
Oh, it is. Fuck me, it is fucking devil worshipping witchcraft, and I'll probably get slighted for that. But when you see somebody with no sights, no stabilisers, you haven't got a fixed draw length. I come back onto draw stops, I know my draw length's the same every time. You don't have that luxury. That is pure skill, pure hard work, and to watch. Like I say,
watching like a trad arrow just arc into the target is just mesmerizing.
It is.
It's a wonderful thing.
Really, really is. And I had this conversation with Lee the other night. I said, and I've mentioned it on the podcast before, there seems to be, at initial glance, it seems to be a lot of trad archers hating on compound archers. Yeah. It's not a lot of trad archers.
No, it's a very loud, small community.
Very, very vocal community. Have you come across the 3D Archery channel on YouTube, Gregory Richards?
No, I haven't.
Oh, he's really good.
I'll have to give it a look.
And somebody said to him the one day, but you were shooting with a compound archer? He said, yeah, we're all shooting arrows. I love anybody that shoots arrows. Why wouldn't I want to shoot with them? We go round, we have a laugh, and we just enjoy flinging pointy sticks at things. And to me, that's it. I don't care what you're shooting. I don't care whether you're shooting compound unlimited, whether you shoot... No, I get told off that it's not compound unlimited, it's just unlimited. Whether you're shooting release age, whether you're shooting off the fingers, whether you've got a piece of bamboo fishing pole with a string on it, whether you're shooting crossbows.
Yeah. I don't care if someone takes a bamboo piece of stick and puts a true ball sight on it. I really don't care. Like, go shoot it, go enjoy it. And, you know, I'll shoot in the woods with you if you're shooting that, because I think that's freaking cool that you've got that.
Guy that used to be a Paget who got an Olympic recurve, he stuck a 5-pin sight on, a D loop, and was trying to shoot it with a release.
People do stuff to their bows just to piss off the crowd.
That's what he did. He said,
"That is."
I really want to. He said, "I'm seriously considering shooting a competition with this just to piss off as many people as I can."
Just stick like on my bare bow. Just stick like a little like bubble on it, like a little just a little spirit level bubble, and actually count the bow so the bubble just goes straight down. Just watch people go mental over it. Like, they would just absolutely freak out, some people.
Yeah. So when I was talking to Lee, he said, I notice you don't see very often compound archers slagging off.
No, you don't.
Trad archers.
You don't.
He said, as much as I'm ashamed to admit it, it all seems to come the other way. And I'm thinking, what? I knew a couple of comments on the NFAS Facebook page when they were talking about, I think it was binoculars.
Yeah.
Oh, that gets them going every time, doesn't it?
I just post a picture of like Fred Bear with binoculars. Yeah. Like, oh, hey, Fred, I like your binoculars.
Yeah. And somebody piped up, well, if you bring this in, we'll leave and start our own society. I'm thinking, why? They're not saying you have to use binoculars.
And
you can use them if you want.
And
it's
and
your
the funny,
choice.
you know what's really funny is like the people that like. These people often say like, oh, well, it doesn't, you know, why are you chasing medals, you know, like, and all this kind of thing. And, you know, you're just tin chasing and like you're cheating and stuff like that. You know, it should just be about shooting your bow in the woods kind of thing. So it's like, well, what's it got to do with you then? Why are you moaning if it's just about shooting the bow in the woods? Like, who is the one that's really getting mad that they can't win like a piece of tin? Because it certainly isn't the people that are just getting on with it and shooting kind of thing. I mean, I don't care about that stuff anyway. That's why
I don't do a lot of open shoots. Because I'm not particularly competitive.
Neither am I. I just...
But when I get there on the day, I'm disappointed if I don't do well. I'm really disappointed.
Why would... like... Yeah, like some people think I like chase these like medals because I hit the target, and I'm like, no, I'm just not going to miss deliberately, am I? Like I just happen to hit the target. Like, yeah, it's just
look,
crazy.
I've got what you're seeking.
Yeah,
attention.
So there can be a lot of like tall poppy syndrome going on, and I
just love being out shooting a bow around good people. It's just. I wish I'd found this when I was 10 years old.
Yeah.
10-year-old me running around the woods with a bow and a knife. Fuck me. It's awesome. Anyway, back to ETAR. Yeah. We keep going off on mad tangents.
Keep going off on those tangents.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. Mr. Turner.
Joel Turner.
This is where I fanboy. I am getting moist just mentioning his name. Tell me about Joel Turner.
You need to go to the bathroom.
Oh, no, it's all right. I'm there.
Yes.
I was so worried you were going to be like, not as much fun as you are. And then you said, yeah, I shot with Kobe, Andy and Carl.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah.
I mean, going on to like the whole Joel Turner shot IQ thing, like and Joel says this, I actively seek distraction when I'm shooting. I love shooting with people that just talk absolute bullshit while I'm at full draw.
Oh, it's my favourite.
And it is mental practice, you know, and you know, I want that distraction. I want people to try and like put me off. And Joel does that while you're shooting with him. Like, so yeah, shooting with Joel Turner.
Tap.
I mean, if you're a beginner to like the whole mental control, which there were people, we were going around like in a group of like 12 people in ETAR. And a couple of people were a little bit more new to like the shot control.
Yeah.
He'd just sort of work with them a little bit. You know, he'd say, you know, this is what you need to do, talk them through it. He wouldn't be like trying to put them off. He'd be starting them from the base level. And this is about, again, people's levels. With me, like he was almost like a bit more of a bit of a shit to me kind of thing, because he knew that I had good shot control. He knew I'd done the course. He saw that I had good shot control, and he was like, I'm going to try whatever I can to put her off kind of thing. And I thank him for that, because that's a great compliment. Like if Joel Turner is being an arsehole around you, you know you're doing something right, because he's trying to put you off. And
what is it? He says he wants you to reach the fuck you Turner moment, doesn't he?
Yeah, that's right. Like he knows you're thinking.
Did you hit that moment?
Yeah. He knows you're thinking like, oh shit, Joel Turner's there kind of thing watching me. Like he knows that. And yeah, you just got to lock it out and just be like, F you, Turner. I'm shooting my shots. I know you're there. I know you're there, Turner, but I'm still shooting. And yeah, I was still pounding in some good shots.
Oh,
he is, because he was thumb shooting with his like custom longbow.
Yeah,
he is legit as anything. Like,
you know, God, yeah.
You see people give him shit online, kind of thing. Oh, you're not the best. Why aren't you on the podium? Like, this guy's hitting the 10 rings like nearly every shot, kind of thing. He is legit.
One of the elk-shaped camp videos that went up online.
Yeah.
He's teaching the guys with the compounds, and somebody said, "Get your longbow out." So he pulls his longbow out and pops out 100-yard shot on a 3D elk.
Yeah.
And you're thinking,
crazy.
That's just I couldn't make that shot with a compound.
Yeah.
When warmed up, he's just pulled a bow out of a truck, first shot cold, and think. It's like,
super
I'm
legit
not worthy.
Guy. Super
I'm not
interesting
worthy.
guy. And the first time I met him, actually, I was shooting with some guys just a few pegs ahead, and then we could see like them sort of coming up. You could hear Joel like before anything else, because he's very vocal when you're shooting and stuff. and we just hung around a bit and chat, and we just waited for him to come up, because I really wanted to say hello to Joel Turner, you know, and just, you know, say thank you for Shot IQ and stuff.
I'd have been squealing
like a girl.
And I did the same
thing. I did the same thing with Tom Clum. I was like, I better say hi to them now.
Yeah.
You know, take a picture of them, because I don't know if I'll see them again. You know, I like, it's ETAR. Everyone's like, there's like thousands of archers here. Like, this might be the one time that I get to see these guys that have influenced a lot of my shooting. But little did I know, you know, he recognized me, and he was super nice about it. And he'd actually be the person, he'd walk through the tents in the morning. Every morning he had like his backpack on, saying hello to everyone, kind of thing, that walked past. How you doing? What's your plans for today? And yeah, it was just super, super social. And yeah.
I mean, ETAR does seem like a several thousand person family.
Oh yeah, it was incredible. Like, I'd never experienced hospitality like it. It was just, they fed me. I bought food on the first night, and after that I wasn't allowed to buy any more food. Like,
wow.
You know, it was like, we got food in the cooler. You know, you know, I'm gonna cook every night, make sure you have some. And and that was just so awesome.
It does seem like that in the States. I mean, I was reading in one of the bow hunter groups on Facebook, British guy had travelled out to the States. Yeah. He was doing a road trip, hired a truck, and was going to wherever he was shooting, and he stopped off at a place called the Bow Rack in Oregon, the bow shop Cam Haynes used. And he was talking to Wayne, the owner, and he said, "Where are you staying?" He said, "Oh, I'm going to book into a motel for the night." He said, "No, you're not. You're coming and staying at my house with me and Lisa." And I'm thinking, can you imagine? Yeah. A foreigner walking into an archery shop in this country, and the owner saying, "Oh, come and stay at mine with me," to a complete stranger they'd never met before. Yeah. And it
a lot of people did say to me, they were like, "Oh, I'm from this state, if you ever live to this state, you know, make sure you let me know. Yeah. And, you know, I've got a place for you to stay." Or, yeah, it was just, the hospitality was just next level. Like, it was a complete culture shock to me. And that's why, like, I get annoyed when just this narrative comes out about, like, Americans and how crazy apparently they are and stuff. And I'm like,
it's like, no, any country, you get a bad feeling in every country, but right, generally
you're going to get bad eggs everywhere.
Yeah. Oh, no, I mean, two of my friends go out there regularly. Rich and Kel have just come back from a hunting trip over there. Never got to launch an arrow, but they've been out a few times and just put in American Facebook groups, "Where's everybody going?" And folks will say, "You want to come?" And Rich went out on his own the one year. The guy said, "Where do you want to meet me?" And he said, "Well, this is where I'm flying from." He said, "Tell you what, instead of me flying to there, I'll fly to here. Pick me up here." And he said, "Why?" He said, "Because we've got 12 hours in the truck then. We'll find out if we get on." And the guy put him up, fed him, wouldn't have anything off him. So at the end of the night, on the last night, Rich said, "Right, come on, I'm taking us all out to dinner." But he said, folks are so amenable, so hospitable and so friendly that he said this guy had said to a few British blokes, "Oh, come over," and they'd never turned up. And when Richie's waiting at the airport, he said, "I honestly didn't think you'd be here, because so many Brits have said they'll come and then just never turned up." And he said, you can't get over the friendliness and how welcoming they are.
Oh, the best example I actually have is towards the end of ETAR, like, everyone disappears, like, on the Sunday. Like, it's so sad. But anyway, and I was still sleeping there on the Sunday night. Yeah. And I'm camped, and I wanted to get my tent away because there was a lot of, like, heavy morning dew, and I didn't really want to put a wet tent away. So I went to sleep in the car. And so anyway, and I was just taking a walk, and I just walked past this couple's camp. I think there's like 2 couples there. But anyway, they were just sitting around a fire. Apparently they come ETAR every year. They have that same spot every year. They were from New Jersey. So they had that kind of New Jersey accent, you know. And they were just
biscuits?
Like, yeah, Fox's biscuits. Yes. Yeah. And like, you sit down or you're sleeping with the fishes. But anyway, I just walked past and they're like, oh, how you doing, kind of thing. And they just said, oh, do you want to sit down with us, kind of thing. And so I just sat down. They were like asking me where I was from, what my story was, you know, how I found the week, and just everything under the sun about my week in ETAR. And then they offered me like food and drinks and stuff. I didn't ask for it and stuff. I was like, I've still got food left in my car, you know, I can have that. And it's like, no, don't be silly. We've got a whole cooler still left full of it. Kind of thing.
Damn.
You know, we need to get rid of it. And but anyway, and they were like, oh, well, there's a bed for you over there. Do you can sleep there, kind of thing. So I went there and I slept there for the night. And then when I woke up in the morning, the New Jersey lady, she came in and she's just like checking in. Hey, how you doing? Good morning, kind of thing. I made you some breakfast.
Oh, wow.
And she gave me like a yogurt, and she gave me like a protein bar and a drink, and
bloody hell.
Like a couple of Gatorade she gave me and stuff. And I had that. Even though I had my own breakfast, I had that. And then after my breakfast, she was like, you know, I've packed you a lunch for the road. I know you have a long journey ahead of you.
Oh, my God, how good was that?
So she packed me lunch, and it was just incredible. Like, the hospitality was just
I thought you were going to say
absolutely incredible.
I thought you were going to say, when I woke up, the BBC journalist was standing over me saying, so you survived a night with a cannibalistic serial killers then.
They got guns in their car.
I hate them.
Toxic masculinity, you know? Yeah.
I hate the narrative we get fed about the States over here.
Absolutely. It's completely wrong.
It boils my piss, it really does. Did you take a tent over with you, or buy one?
Yeah, I took a tent over. Just a 2-man tent.
See, a 2-man tent means one man and a tiny little carrier bag, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's why I get a 2-man, because that's enough for me and then my stuff, basically.
So what are facilities like at ETAR then?
Sorry, you can edit that out.
I'll just drop the slider then.
Yeah,
it's not
I have asthma, so I cough a bit. So,
and you do,
especially when I laugh too much.
Whoa, back up the bus. You do everything you do, and you've got asthma.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
I just haven't had it all my life, so to be honest, I don't know what it's like to live without it. So.
Yeah.
But yeah, back to the kit that I bought. So I bought a compound case, like a Legend one, it was called.
Yeah.
And because it was nice and long, that it could fit my arrows in.
That 44-inch one on wheels.
I think so, 40 or 45. I can't remember.
Yeah, I've got one upstairs.
Yeah. But and that fit my archery kit in there, and it fit my camping stuff and my arrows in there, and then a few sets of clothes. And I have a Kafari bag that I use for like hiking.
Yeah.
And I was able to strap any extra bits to that because you can cinch stuff on there.
Oh, yeah.
And that was actually still within size for my hand luggage.
Bloody hell.
Not hand luggage, cabin bag, sorry. And then I had another rucksack for hand luggage. So I went fully packed out. And
that's insane.
And oh my God, the airport. So I actually nearly missed my flight to ETAR. So what happened? So you know how they say, like, get to the airport like half an hour? No, not half an hour.
2 hours before.
2 hours before your flight. Yeah. So I got there about 2.5 hours before my flight, and I got to the check-in. My online check-in didn't work because I don't know, I don't have like some fancy Apple that can just connect anywhere in the world
Yeah.
at any point. So I had to do a manual check-in at the machine, which took a little while. And then I got into the queue for like the check-in. So everyone's miserable in that queue.
Yeah.
It's the worst queue in the world.
I only know this because I've done my first foreign trip ever this year.
Oh, really?
And it was like, I was shaking like a shitting dog going through there. I really was.
But yeah, everyone's miserable. Everyone's like, oh, fuck's sake, when are we going to get on?
Yep.
But this queue was just taking ages. Like, it just wasn't moving. There's just constant problems. Bearing in mind it's July. Excuse me. So Heathrow Airport is like in its peak time, right?
Yeah.
Everyone's going off on holiday and stuff. So you'd think like they had 12 check-in desks. You'd think all of them would be full, right?
Yeah.
Nope. About 2 or 3 people they had on.
Jesus.
And there was this long queue that was like winding round, and it just took forever. And my flight was at 4:30, and then I was still in this queue at 3:30.
Oh, Christ.
And then they called out, they're like, is anyone flying, on my flight, basically,
Yeah.
at 4:30. And I was like, me. I still wasn't at the front yet. And so I got pushed in front of the queue, which was, I guess, lucky.
So you can feel
But I still
laser
shouldn't have
beams
been,
burning into
yeah.
your back.
But I should still be like, never have been in that queue that long anyway. It was ridiculous. But then they took ages to check my bag in. So I'm thinking, like, come on. And then I still had to take that bag over to oversized luggage.
Oh, God.
Because the compound case is oversized luggage. So then I wait at that queue. I check in that.
Oh,
and then by the time now, it's about 10 to 4 kind of thing.
Aye.
And I have to go through security. So I line up. That queue's kind of normal. It just goes down at normal speed.
Yeah.
But then they decided, at my point, they're checking every single bag. Like 9 out of 10 bags are being pushed aside to be like physically inspected.
And you're carrying sporting equipment.
Yeah. Well, I'd already checked in my bow by then. So, but I still had a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
And they took ages going through these other 2 ladies' bags. And these other 2 ladies, I was chatting to them, they were from New Zealand going back home. And they were like, this is already our second flight. We've already missed our first one, kind of thing.
Oh, damn.
Yeah. But anyway, they were checking through theirs, taking ages. And then when they got to mine, and it's about 4:00 at this point, like it's time now at 4:00 for their swap over, like changing of the guard kind of thing.
Yeah.
So the guy just stops, packs up. And I'm like, oh, excuse me, you forgot my bag kind of thing.
Oh,
Just
damn.
politely, I was just like, my bag's there. And he's like, yeah, we're just swapping over. We won't be a minute. So I'm waiting there. He walks off and I'm just sitting there just looking at my bag. And then finally this lady came about 5 minutes later on, took ages, got to sort all her stuff out. And then she opens my bag and it's just ruining it, emptying all the contents. And then they find my bare bow weight because I'd put that in there to reduce, because I was just scared of going over on my main thing. So I thought, well, it's just a weight, right? You can go in the carry-on. And they were just asking me, she was asking me loads of questions about this bare bow weight. And I was like, what is this? What is this for, kind of thing? And I was like, I do archery and it's a weight kind of thing that we use to stabilize our bows, and like trying to kind of give her like a lecture on like archery. But the ladies before, she took stuff away from them that wasn't even like, they were like anxious as fuck kind of thing. They were. And I was just like, yeah, it's just a piece of metal that screws into my bow. Like, honestly, it's nothing. I thought at that point that they were going to say, we can't let you, like, take this on the plane. Oh. But luckily, after all the explaining and lecturing what it was, they finally she kind of settled down a bit, you know. And then gave me back my bag. And it was all messy, so I had to put stuff back in
Oh, damn.
the right order so it didn't all fall off. And then by then, it was about 4:15. And I'm at gates, I think, like 43 or something like that. All the way on the other side of Heathrow. And I had to get a train to get there. So I started, I've got my big heavy bag on. I've got my hand luggage on my front, which is another smaller rucksack. And I'm like sprinting. I'm all manners that I've been brought up with go out the window. I am getting down there on that flight. I'm like, excuse me, sorry, move, get out of my way.
God, I'm
like,
a PT.
Yeah, get out of my way kind of thing. And I was thinking as well, I was like, I hope security don't just think I've like bolted or something. Like, come back, she's got a bare bone weight. So anyway, so I'm like anxiously like sprinting like down these stairs kind of thing.
Yeah.
And like I was in some kind of like Hollywood movie like sort of thing. And I'm getting tired.
Did you see yourself in slow-mo going down through?
Yeah. And then I had to wait for the train and then get on the train. And then again, as soon as the train door opened, boom, it was like a greyhound race for me. I was just like out of there kind of thing. It's like sprinting up 4 sets of escalators.
Oh, God.
And then I finally get to my gate and there's like no one there. And I was thinking, shit, like there was no one there.
They've closed boarding.
And but like the boarding looked like it was closed. There's no one there, and then it just started to settle in. So then I started to like cry and stuff, because I was like, shit, right, I've spent like $1,000 on this flight, and it's kind of all over, kind of thing. Like I'm not going to see America, and this, and just all these thoughts just come in your head, like, oh, it's over, sort of thing.
Yeah.
And I just started shouting for help and stuff, just see if there's anyone there. And then suddenly this like little lady just came out and was just like, oh, over here kind of thing. And I just started like running towards her kind of thing with my stuff. And I'm like, I'm so tired at this point. I'm exhausted. And I'm like trying to look for my passport. And I'm like, I got my passport in here, kind of thing. My name's Madeline. Like I was just out of breath, kind of thing. She was like, "It's okay, you've made it." She was like, "You've made it. It's okay." And then a guy came out and was on like his radio. He was like, "We got her. Like she's here."
Yeah.
So I was obviously the last person to come on the plane.
Huge relief.
And so I was just walking down. And then I still like buzzing high on like adrenaline.
Yeah.
Like my fight or flight was just like crazy.
Still going.
And then like I can't even think of if someone tried to like block me from like getting to that gate. Like I would have.
Do you mean like an American football match?
Yeah. I would have like grabbed my bag and
spear tackle.
Like I probably would have found this like superhuman strength and like shoved some like 20-stone guy out the way, But anyway, like so I got on the plane, I sat down, and I just started crying on the plane because as soon as the adrenaline went down, all the emotions just like hit my head. Kind of thing. And I was like, oh my God, I nearly missed that flight, sort of thing. And the person, I was crying for like the first hour of the flight kind of thing. And the guy next to me was probably thinking, like, what the heck is wrong with you? Like, cheer up. Like, yeah. So, that was my drama on the way to ETAR. Oh my gosh. And then I was anxious as well. I was like, did my bow make it on the plane? Like, kind of thing. And oh, it's terrible. The feeling of like where's my bow when it comes off of the plane, kind of thing, or has it been like taken back to like the UK and like wrapped up for questioning, some like 000 agent like investigating it.
See, that's what I haven't asked. What do you shoot? What bow do you shoot now?
Oh, so I shoot a recurve. So I shoot a Hoyt Satori riser. In buckskin colour. It's just really nice, like natural.
That is the only colour you can have a Satori
colour
in. I love the buckskin colour.
And then I have Yucca limbs, so I have Yucca Salengas on there.
Are they deep hook super recurve?
The Yucca limbs are more curved than other recurves, but they're not. I wouldn't call them like super curved. They're not like the border ones kind of thing.
The boom limbs.
I'm standing back while you're shooting limbs. But,
Draw. bang.
I mean, I've seen one blow up. It's not like, yeah.
We had one at Paget, a guy with a border, and his riser snapped.
Wow, it's crazy. But anyway, like I mean, they make some nice bows. I'm not gonna, if you want one, get one.
Oh, they're gorgeous looking bows.
Yeah.
Is it Tempest, the one that's got the?
Oh, I don't like that riser. Like, I get it if you like it, but
it just looks different
to me. It looks
to
like
me.
a knuckle duster, but
yeah. That's why it's so
but
ugly. It's gorgeous.
I suppose it's like you either love it or you hate it, right?
It's the A10 Thunderbolt of the bow world.
But yeah, anyway, so I shoot the Eucalyms, and I've got a mountain muffler string on there, which I bought out in America.
Yeah.
Then I've got my Sailway on there. I got a Push AccuTune, it's like a
right now. I don't know.
the
I've
Push
never
made
heard of
it.
one
It's
of
like
those.
this like brass kind of almost like a pressure button, you know, where, like it goes in that hole and it holds a springy rest on. So I shoot a springy rest, and sometimes I get people say, "Oh, they're old school, like the springy rests." Apparently, like they're like a really
who cares
old
if
thing.
it works?
But I think like the Push kind of brought them back into fashion. So I shoot a springy rest on there, and then I shoot gold tip traditional classic arrows. So they have this like footed wood effect.
The gold tippy goodness.
The nukes.
They are. I used to shoot gold tip ultralights, and for a lightweight arrow, they take the most ridiculous amount of punishment.
Yeah, these things are bomb proof.
Yeah.
They're like missiles.
Oh, they are. Gold.
Yeah.
I'm contemplating going to a 4mm. I want to shoot more ETAR next year, and I'm contemplating switching to a 4mm. And I'm thinking, do I go with a Victory or a gold tip? For sheer durability, gold. They are.
That's why I did go for them. Is gold.
Yeah.
Tip.
Apparently, they have some problems with spine consistency, weight consistency, but it's like a fucking wrecking ball hitting the target, isn't it? When you launch a gold tip into it, they are amazing.
Like it.
Yeah.
And my arrows are about 540 grains as well, because I have.
Shit me.
I have the 80 grain inserts in there, and I have 150 grain stainless steel tips on there.
Top hats.
Yeah. And then I have on the back end as well, I got the arrow socks wraps, because you can just get your name on them. And then I have a 4-fletch trad vein as well.
Ooh, that must piss a lot of people off. And if you the AAE trad vein.
Trad veins.
No, isn't it ASMR? It's like trad veins. Oh no, he won't pick that up. Trad veins. Oh my God, how gay did I look doing that?
Just across the career, just woken up, be like, who said that? Who said trad veins? They're not feathers.
You do know you'll get home and there'll be a baying mob outside your door, flaming torches and pitchforks.
But yeah, 4-fletch trad veins. But a lot of my arrow setup and bow setup is based on Cody Greenwood's course and a lot of his studies that he did on the Push.
So,
like, if you want to know about arrow ballistics, like, you need to like look up like Cody Greenwood on like his studies on the Push.
Oh,
They
the
are
Trad
incredible.
Lab. My friend Simon, he shoots 4 2-inch high profile feathers, basically shaped like a blazer.
Yeah.
On a very hard helical. And he got
That's
me
going to be a good flyer.
He got me to listen to that podcast, the Trad Lab podcast, where they actually put trad bows through a hooter shooter, didn't they?
Yeah. Yeah.
And they said, because
he's measuring like the wind on like different fletching and
he said this is going to
configurations.
piss Aaron Snyder off, but in still conditions, 5-inch helical 3, brilliant. As soon as you put any moisture or any wind into it, forget it. You want 4 2-inch high profiles on a hard helical.
And that's why I shoot trad reins, because it just freaking rains in this country all the
Yeah.
time. I just get fed up with feathers. I'm like,
Yeah.
I'm not having this. Like, I'm just... In the UK, I think it rains like... I saw somewhere like 3 or 4 out of 7 days a week.
Oh, I can believe it.
And I'm just like, I just want fletchings that I haven't got to keep refletching.
Yeah.
You know, they're just going to stay on there and I can shoot in any weather conditions whatsoever.
Yeah.
And they're quiet as well, trad veins, which is another example. So
I remember being next to somebody who was shooting pheasant feathers
oh, okay.
on their arrows. Oh my God, they sounded amazing. No, it's like a
Oh, really?
going down. It was like the old ships on the old black and white Flash Gordon thing going down. They sounded amazing. But I'm thinking, Christ, if you ever hunt with pheasant feather fletchings, they're going to think they're being attacked by a swarm of hornets. As soon as that arrow's off the bow, that animal's running like crazy.
Yeah.
You want a black widow, don't you?
Yes. So I was going to get into that actually. So I have ordered a black widow.
You have?
I've ordered a black widow.
Excellent.
Yeah. And they were awesome because I knew I was really interested in widows, and when I went to ETAR, Black Widow was there. Toby was there, who's like one of the owners of Black Widow.
Yeah.
And he let me just try some of the bows. Like, they just had them all hanging up. It was beautiful. And you could just have a look at the finish, because you can see the finishes on picture, but they look even better in in person. Like, it just doesn't do them justice. So I was looking around, seeing what finishes I like, what woods I liked and stuff. And then I practice shot one because that was similar poundage. A lot of them were way too high poundage for me. But I mean, their market is like mostly like men that are going to be bow hunting. So they were in like the high 40s, like 50s pound sort of range. But I found this one that was 40 pounds at my draw. And then and it had the cooling grip on it, which is a grip based on Randy Cooling. That it's just one of Black Widow's grip options. But I tried that grip, and I shot my Satori arrows with it, and it grew pretty well for arrows. It wasn't even tuned to that bow. The bow I shot wasn't the wood finish that I wanted, but it had the physical specs that I wanted in terms of like poundage and grip and stuff. So that was when I was like, okay, I want this grip. I took a load of notes of exactly what I wanted in a widow. And then after ETAR, I sort of contacted them and we arranged a phone call. So they actually called me up from Missouri.
How cool is that?
Yeah, Roger called me up because he's like that admin guy, I think. And yeah, we just had a chat, and I just went over, what I wanted, and I put into an email of him a list of what I wanted, and then we just went over a few of like the bit more like finicky details of what I wanted, and made sure that I'd got everything, so the bow didn't turn up and be like, oh, what's this kind of thing. And so they were really good about that. Their customer service is like top notch. And then so I've submitted the order, and it's a 5 to 6 month waiting time.
Yeah, it's about
but
right.
It's not like I haven't got a bow to shoot in the meantime. And so I should get there around like spring, maybe like April time. Yeah. And I'm just getting everything ready. So I've already got the arrows and components for it.
Oh, wow.
So I'm going to be shooting Eastern Axis off of it. And I've got some FX archery components. So
I like their stuff. I've got some of their stuff upstairs because 2021 I should have been going bow hunting to Texas.
Oh, okay.
Listener to the podcast invited me over to his in-laws ranch. Yeah. And of course, the fortnight I should have been going, Creepy Joe had still got the travel ban on, so it never happened. But I built some arrows using ethics components. Their stuff is
they look really good. And because I wanted the collars. And
impact protection. Yeah,
that's it. Especially as I've got the Eastern hit inserts, you want kind of something on the outside of the arrow. Yeah. So I got these like FX collars, like 15 grains, and then I went in ahead and I bought the FX points as well, because there'd just be a perfect match like in diameter, so I wouldn't have that hassle. And I got them on Black Friday, and I got the arrows on Black Friday, so
nice.
They're ready to start putting together for when my widow ships. And I want to get a sellway, and I want to get like a custom made sellway, like with like the like engraving on it. I'm thinking I want to get the elk that I saw in PA in Pennsylvania,
nice.
like transferred onto like the quiver hoods like that, because that to me. So I saw like a big bull elk in Pennsylvania, not by accident. I actually went out really early in the morning where they'd be in the open fields, where they'd be feeding, looking for them. And I just saw this like huge, great big like, bull, like absolutely like massive. It's on my Instagram on a video. But I want to get that elk engraved on like a sellway, because what that elk means for me is not just, oh, hey, it's an elk, it looks good, it looks cool. But that elk means to me that if you put yourself in those amazing places, you're going to see those amazing things. Just like what Donnie Vincent says. And so that signifies to me, if I do my research, work hard, and I put myself in amazing positions, I'm going to see amazing things like that. And that's what
that is so cool.
That elk means to me. So, and then I'm going to have a springy on the widow. But the widow finish I've got carbon limbs with a Bocotti riser, which is like this kind of medium kind of tone wood. And it's got these like darker like lines around it. And then I've got some Osage accents. So on the widows, you have like a black line, and then you have these like trim accent lines. Normally they might come in like plain or like a white color, but I've got them in like Osage. They're going to be like a sort of honey, like golden sort of color. Nice. And it's just going to look beautiful. And the limbs are carbon and Osage core as well.
Wow.
Yeah. I didn't even know you could get Osage core, but when I said to Roger on the phone, like, oh, do you want, I want the trim lines to be Osage. He said, oh, would you like the limb cores to be Osage as well? And I was like, you can have Osage limb core? He's like, yeah, we can do that.
So I thought they use maple for limb cores.
Yeah. But I mean, Black Widow use bamboo typically. But, and I said, how does it how does it perform though against the bamboo? Because if the bamboo was, I wanted performance in the limbs. And he said, well, actually the Osage will perform better than the bamboo, if not the same, if not better.
Wow.
And so I was like, okay, let's go for Osage, and it'll match.
Mind you, that's a popular bow making wood in the States, isn't it? I mean, I watch a lot of Clay Hayes stuff.
Oh yeah. Osage is beautiful.
Yeah. I mean, that's where I started learning more about shooting a trad bow, because the first time I shot one in front of Rob, he's looking at me like, what the hell are you doing? Of course, Clay Hayes shoots canted with his bow canted. And of course, I'm watching, this is where I'm learning.
It's a primitive bow with binos. Oh my gosh.
Oh, no, help us, rescue. Because that's who I was watching learning how to shoot a trad bow. That's how I thought you had to shoot a trad bow. Yeah. You lean in, you cant the boat, you put your cap on backwards, scream trad life, and damn, don't you look cool.
I need a cap backwards, because I mean, I have long hair, so whenever I shoot, I always wear some kind of hat or headband, because I've been up full draw without it, and you just get these like hairs like suddenly like tingle all your eyes, and
It's even better if you've got your hair over there and the bowstring catches it and you see your hair do that.
Always have my hair tied up for archery. Like I've seen on like people's Instagram reels that like some girl shot like a compound and then her hair just like in the string. Like
I've seen it with guys' beards as well, where they've shaved the beard with a bowstring.
But no, the reason why you'd cant the bow is if you're when you're shooting bear bow or trad bow in particular, you have an anchor like on the side of your face.
Yeah.
And so the arrow is kind of like on the side of your cheek, and so you like can't. To then get that arrow to come under your eye, so then you can aim better with it.
See, I didn't know any of this. I just thought it looked cool, so I copied it.
Oh yes, it's the way the gangsters shoot. Like
see, I am such a complete Americanophile. If an American does it, I've got to do it. Actually, I've got to admit, I was hoping you'd have your Stars and Stripes headband on today.
Oh yeah, I wore that to Liberty Archers. Yeah,
it is my favourite shoot of all times. Liberty is. I will crawl over
Liberty
hot
Archers
coals.
shoot like in November after everything after like a lot of Americans were no longer burdened by what has been.
Yes.
And so I was just rocking that USA headband, just doing the whole
Well, when I went down there for the summer shoot, I was going to take my Trump 2024 hat with me and thought, nah, Randy and Ruth will slap me sideways round the bloody court if I rock up with a Trump 2024 hat on.
I'd like one, but like I don't know if I'd want to wear it around like south of England. Yeah.
No, because everybody believes the bullshit about him, don't they? Oh dear. I actually got to shoot a black widow a few weeks back.
Oh yeah.
I'm
a super nice bow.
I'm a member of a group called the British International Bow Hunters.
Oh yeah. I did.
Slightly different from the BBA.
Oh okay. Oh, I thought you meant the BBA.
No, and we had a camp up in Derbyshire. One of the lads has got a small holding up there, and Kelvin's got 2 black widows, and I think he's ordered a third. He bought it. He'd always wanted one. I know nothing about model names for black widows.
Yeah, the one I've ordered is a PCH.
His is the one.
Precision Combat Hunter.
Ooh, his is the one with the limbs on the back of the riser, not the front.
Yeah, most of the black widows have that. Yeah.
He bought his first one. He fancied one. Saw one for sale in Newcastle for £600. So travelled from South Wales to Newcastle to buy this bow. Took it out to the States to hunt with it. While he was out there, contacted Black Widow, said, "Can I have a factory tour, please?"
Oh, wow.
Yeah, come up, we'll show you around. Saw one he liked even more, so placed an order for that. I think he dropped about $1,600 on this bow. I'm thinking, $1,600 on a piece of wood? Mate, that's more than my compound costs. But then again, you look at the work that goes into them.
That's what you're paying for.
They're a labour of love and the knowledge and experience of the bow,
There is like a video where they take you on a bit of a tour of the Black Widow factory, and it's incredible how they're like sticking the limbs together and how they're like spraying them with like the finish, and the bow just starts off with these like blocks of wood like clumped together, and it goes in like
it's amazing watching
machine,
how that come
and it's
out.
like being like cut and stuff. And
see, I can understand it with compounds, of course. That's just a CNC machine doing stuff. But when you look at starting off with a block of wood and producing these gorgeous trad bows, it's like, no man does that. That's the magical bow fairies do that. They leave it in there overnight. The magical bow fairies come down, make a bow and go away again. But he went on a second visit to Black Widows last time he was out there and ordered a third one. But yeah, his Black Widow, he shoots gorgeous.
Yeah, they're so beautiful.
But I mean, he shoots wooden arrows, and he's put so much time into tuning these wooden arrows. But because he's only hunting, he's not doing 3D with it. He hasn't got the distances we shoot in fast. I think 25 is the maximum he'll shoot it to. So he's running, I think it's 26% FOC on these wooden arrows. So I dread to think what the total arrow weight is. But he buys a shaft and then takes them down. I can't remember if it's a quarter or an eighth of an inch at a time.
That's what I do when I'm tuning them. Yeah. Yeah, so I choose my components and my point weight and what I want on the arrow. And then I will either bare shafted or paper tune it. Yeah. And then just gradually cut off like little bits at a time until I get like the spine that I want.
You go full down the rabbit hole, don't you?
Yeah, I like where I've done like Cody's course, I go down like the tuning rabbit hole.
So I've got to ask you, bare shafting when you're shooting off the fingers. I've heard some people say it's really good, and other people say, well, there's too many influences from these to get a true result. I've never asked anybody that's done it.
So the thing about tuning a single string bow in general is you have to tune for the human error.
Yeah.
So the string on a trad bow will go in like an S curve kind of thing. So it won't just go from a straight to your dynamic brace height. What it'll do is it'll create like an S shape, so it'll come off your fingers, and then the string will come round, and then it'll come back as it comes to correct itself. And then what it'll do is it'll eject the arrow at this top curve somewhere.
Oh, wow.
Which is your dynamic brace height.
Yeah.
And then it comes back again to brace height, and then just vibrates a bit, which is where you get that like hum of the string. And so different people and their shooting ability, if they got a cleaner release and a steadier bow arm, that S curve is going to be much smaller.
Yeah.
And so you're going to be able to get away with a stiffer arrow. Whereas if your release is really plucky, you're going to have a lot bigger of an S curve, and so you're going to have to tune for that. So
I've got to ask a question.
Yeah.
I don't shoot trad, but how much is Cody's course?
I think it's like $200 or something.
I've decided,
which the money you might waste on a set of arrows, it's totally worth it.
Yeah, I'm thinking I am going to buy Joel's online course next year, his Shot IQ course. So I've got the book, and I'm thinking, well, I mean, I normally buy really cheap arrows. I buy Skyline because I do stupid shots with them. But that's going to be worth it more to improve my shooting. And the thing, I don't know if it's still the same when I looked at it before, it was once you signed up, everything he updates, every new module, everything he adjusts is all included in that price. So he's not going to come back and say, I want another $200 off you for this.
And that's what all the push courses, even Joel Turner's Shot IQ, Joel is actually uploading things quite regularly. Yeah. And you don't have to pay again for those.
No, this is what I'd really like.
So you've always got it. And it's great. So I've got Shot IQ, I've got Solid Archery Mechanics by Tom Clum, and I've got Precision Tuning by Cody Greenwood. So that covers my mental control. Yeah. It covers my form and technique, and it covers my tuning and equipment. And so I can always refer back to those things. Sometimes I might be struggling just with something, maybe on just some aspect of my shot. I might be struggling. Yeah. Like recently, I've just been struggling a little bit with my grip and bow arm. That's just given me some left groups. So I've gone back and I've just rewatched Tom Clum's modules on like the bow arm and stuff. And sometimes you just get complacent and forget things. And so you can just come back to those courses and then recap them and then go out there with like a fresh mind and get straight back in it.
I just out of curiosity, I'm thinking that Cody course, would it, even though I don't shoot trad, it'd be nice to understand. I never knew anything about that S's as it comes off.
I can imagine you do get that with compound, but much less because you have a mechanical release aid, right? That's that eliminates a lot of that human error. Yeah, so I mean, they're ready for you
with a trad bow. Even if when it's cut to centre shot, the arrow flexes side to side. Yeah. With a compound with release aid, the flex is vertical.
Oh, okay, yeah.
The arrow it still flexes, but in a different way. And then when you get to shooting off the hand with non-centre shot bows and they're having to bend round the bow, oh God, no, that just. The true archer's paradox, that really pickles my brain.
There is a video, it's with a guy called like the Rocket Man or something. It's called like How an Arrow Flies. You should definitely look up that. And that's very compound specific, but just in general, just gives you a little bit of the mechanics of how an arrow flies as well.
I'll have to look that up. Like I say, I do tend, I'll have times when I just want to keep it simple. I just want to go out and shoot my bow. Yeah. And I don't care about tuning, don't care about this, that, and the other. And then there are other times I think, right, I need to understand more about this. And
I love geeking out on this kind of thing.
I am like a fucking rabbit digging down that hole. Yeah. All you can see is my toes sticking out the top. Wow. We haven't been going 2.5 hours.
Oh, really? Wow. That went quick.
Damn. I think I'll have to get you a drink, and then you've got a journey back down to London, haven't you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not in a rush. So.
Oh, mate, I will keep talking and keep talking. I can talk some absolute bollocks.
I mean, is there anything, though, you wanted to ask me a little bit more about my archery and maybe ETAR and stuff? And
I know from the
I want to make sure you got things covered. You know, that I don't go home and you're like, oh, I should have asked her that.
You know what? I started writing some notes down, but no, I'm crap at working off notes. I've always found, and people have said to me, when it doesn't sound as natural when I work off notes.
Yeah.
And so I just try and talk and let the conversation flow, particularly with guests, unless there's really something specific. And no, it's I have these moments where she goes, poof, and it's gone. It's like Mr. Ben, the shopkeeper, as if by magic he disappeared. Where I do go off on I mean, like, we ended talking about bloody Joe Rogan, Kamala Harris and Trump. People seem to really enjoy that my brain's all over the shop. And there's been several times I've tried to record and I've got like 20 minutes in, stopped and abandoned it because I just can't find a flow. And right, so I want to go to the States. I want to hunt with my bow in the States. How did you find travelling with a bow? I mean, I presume with yours is a takedown, so it comes into a lot smaller package. You know, it doesn't look like sporting goods or a weapon when it's in its bag. Mine looks like a big scary thing that's going to hurt people. Probably.
You just see it go through like the X-ray. It's just like, okay.
Yeah, you're thinking like that scene from from the Running Man.
I mean, I'm gonna say it is nerve-wracking, like without a doubt. Yeah. You're gonna be nervous about the bow. That's inevitable.
Yeah.
It depends who you fly with. I contacted a few airline companies and I emailed them or looked at their like rules and regulations before.
Yeah.
So I won't necessarily name the companies that, you know, that said no, but there was one company that I emailed and was just say, hey, you know, I can't find it on your website. I looked at your flights, they're good times for me, they're good price for me. Can I, you know, is it all right if I have my bow in the luggage? And I just got this really like snotty like email back, you know, just saying like we don't tolerate weapons on our plane and all this.
Right, it's not a weapon; it's a piece of sporting equipment.
So they were obviously a write-off. Then you got Virgin. Apparently, Virgin allow bows on planes, but apparently you have to have like the arrows and the bow like separate. So then you've got to check in like two things into the cargo.
Yeah.
But I didn't fly with Virgin, so I can't endorse my full, you know, opinion on what they do.
So I've heard a few very good things about British Airways.
Yeah, so I flew with British Airways and they were good. You could put your bow in your case, in the main luggage.
Yeah.
Just put your weights in there as well.
Honestly,
that's what I did.
It's just
that's what I did on the way
weight.
back. On the way back, I was like, I'm putting that weight in the case this time. But anyway, they allow you to fly with your equipment. And with bows, you don't actually have to tell them that they're in there.
Yeah.
But obviously with arrows, you're going to have to check oversized baggage.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, it's no extra cost for sporting goods. And you can just put it in your main baggage. You haven't got to tell them.
Oh, wow.
And I think that's why like Archery GB will like use like British Airways and stuff. Because they're a lot more open on like sports equipment.
Yeah.
I think if it's an actual firearm, you have to proper like register it that it's there. And apparently American Airlines are the same. I think they are partnership with like British Airways. But yeah, American Airlines apparently always like flying various bow hunters across like the states. So I think they're probably just like, nah, another bow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How did you find it driving in the States?
Oh, I loved it. I think we should drive on the other side. Yeah.
I used to work at a garage in Telford, and we used to have a lot of motorhomes in for MOT.
Yeah.
And folks that do a lot of continental driving, they'll buy a left-hand motorhome because the only time they drive it in this country is going down to the ferry and back from the ferry. The rest of the time it's abroad. And it always used to freak me out. I'd not sitting in the left-hand side. It's when I'd look in the mirror, and you don't realise in this country, because we always used to drive in right-hand drive, apparently the whole car looks skewed like that through the mirror. You don't notice that your brain's corrected it until you jump in a left-hand drive car, and the car looks as though it's back over there somewhere. And I hated that.
And you know the funny thing, right? So I got to the car rental, and I'd like pre-booked my rental and stuff, and because I'd booked a hotel because I landed in Newark in New York, because I booked a hotel with like Booking.com, I then booked the car through Booking.com as well, like through a different. I can't remember the name of the rental company. It was like, it had like a red logo. But anyway, so I'd booked a Ford Focus or similar, okay, which I thought, okay, medium car, it's going to conceal my stuff and fit all my stuff in there. I get out there, and there's all these cars out there, like there's no Ford Focus, and the lady just goes up, points to this huge Mazda SUV, and she goes, "No, I'll take that one will do you." So I've got this like, and I drive a Vauxhall Corsa, like a tiny Vauxhall Corsa. So
come
like
on, you've seen what I drive. I drive that little black roller skate out there. I need two, one for each foot.
And so anyway, so I got in this, and at first, like we drive manual as well in the UK. So at first, I'm looking at all these like gizmos and gadgets in this like automatic car, and I'm like, how do I get the handbrake off? I'm like looking at the instructions, like going through, and they must be thinking in the car park, like, what is she doing? Like, why didn't she set off yet?
Hasn't she got a driving license?
My UK license was okay, and it was recognised in the US. So and then I got in this and I started driving. You're a bit like, ooh, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And it's a car twice as big as one, but the roads are a little bit bigger. And the roads are a lot like straighter as well.
Yeah.
They don't go like on these stupid little corners like our roads, something like
we
round,
have
like,
bends, they have curves.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
And what I found is my visual proprioception. Joel Turner
back
again.
To Joel again.
You're back to Joel again. So my visual proprioception in the UK keeps me in the middle of the lane, right? Like my brain has a sight picture of where the car needs to be in relation to where I'm sitting in it, and you don't even think about it, do you? You just drive, right?
It's like he said, you don't think, I need to turn the wheel this way or that way. Your body just does it.
Yeah. In America, it was like the opposite. So now suddenly my visual proprioception starts like dragging me to like the edge of the road.
Crap.
Because where I'm seated, my brain thinks I'm supposed to be in a specific place in this. So occasionally I'd get like a little warning, like say you're hopping over the lane. Like this car was like full of technology. Like it kept speaking to me. And but after like 2 hours, I kind of recalibrated it.
As quick as that?
Yeah.
Wow.
And then when I got back in the UK, like it felt really weird getting back in my UK car. I was like, actually, I don't like this. Like,
So I'm not
because I did a lot of driving in the US. So I drove, from New York to Pennsylvania, and what a beautiful drive it was. Like, it was just through like the Appalachian Mountains and stuff, and the rivers.
Yeah.
And it was just absolutely magnificent. Like all these like peaks and things, just so many trees. I mean, we cut down most of our trees here, like over in Pennsylvania. There's just trees everywhere.
I tell you, look now on the motorways and it says welcome to the national forests, and it's 3 trees at the side of the road. I'm thinking, mate, if you think that's a forest, you've got a problem.
And especially down south, we don't really have forests down south. I mean, down sub-London you might, but But
Dan Saff. I am sorry. You can only take me anywhere twice. The second time to apologise. I'm trying not to kill my guest, honestly.
Oh my gosh. Where was I? Yeah, like you only get like pockets of trees.
Yeah.
Like, you'll be lucky, like near London, to like just find more than a few acres of trees.
Yeah,
and
it's
so again,
very
it's
similar
just,
around here.
Yeah. Again, no, it's just incredible when I got to Pennsylvania and like there's just trees for miles.
Yeah.
I drove through an area of like public land to get to my next destination after ETAR.
Yeah.
And it says on the sign, public land, like how big it is. And one sign, it must have been like 45,000 acres of just wilderness, of just trees and hills and rivers, and you could just go and recreate in that land. It was just incredible.
If we had anything like that over here, that would get spoiled, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you just see people's rubbish and stuff in forests here. It's like, I think because we don't have a lot of nature, I think, and we're a very kind of, it's either flat fields, which, I mean, I see the importance of farming, but a lot of it is flat fields.
Oh God, yeah, you go to Lincolnshire and Norfolk, and it's like big skies.
Yeah, and then concrete. We just have concrete everywhere. We pave over everything.
Yeah,
and I think a lot of British people are very so disconnected with nature that they don't respect it. So they just throw things on the floor, and people just leave their rubbish everywhere. And
it comes back to that thing when you're talking on the push about hunting, doesn't it? People think meat comes from a supermarket.
Yeah.
How dare you hunt? You're an absolute savage. You must hate animals. Oh, let me just nip into McDonald's and
have my chicken nuggets.
Go and get a burger that's from a factory raised cow that's been stood in a line, watched every other cow in front of it take a bolt through the head, dumped so much adrenaline in its body the meat's tainted. But you're evil for wanting to eat free-range organic meat ethically harvested.
There's a video from Donnie Vincent on his channel. It's called Who We Are, and he goes on about the background of hunting, and to say he says even the present of Peter wouldn't be here if it wasn't for humans hunting and gathering and stuff, and it really hits quite hard, that video, and our entire existence.
Hang on a minute, hang on.
Of it.
You have to shoes are off. I've got to write this down.
Oh, Donnie Vincent, Who We Are. Yeah, it's a great video. If you got any anti-hunters, maybe send them that video. It might, change their mind. Who knows? I don't know. People are quite stubborn. Yeah.
That's on YouTube, is it?
Yeah, it's on YouTube, on Donnie Vincent's channel. Yeah, I like his videos because they're really beautiful videos, and again, it's just him going on these amazing trips and going on caribou hunts and stuff like that.
I do like Brian Call's videos as well.
Yeah,
the gritty. When you think, I know, yes, now they're professional filmmakers, but when they started, they were amateur filmmakers, and you think, how are amateurs producing videos? This visually arresting, and I'm thinking these could teach a lot of professional filmmakers a thing or two. These are guys that do this as a hobby, go out to there and.
Well, I guess a lot of professionals, they're stuck in a method that they have to follow, kind of thing. Whereas I think more independent ones can think out the box a bit more.
Yeah. It's amazing.
I don't know whether that's true or not. I mean, I'm going to assume so because that happens in a lot of industries.
Yeah, it amazes what you can do with a mobile phone camera now. That's ridiculous.
It's crazy.
Who's Apple's new Christmas ad? The Wallace and Gromit one.
Oh, I don't know.
I saw it for the first time last night on YouTube, all filmed on an iPhone.
Oh, really?
And apparently, 28 years later, is the new one that's coming out the 28 days later, 28 months later. They're doing there's a new one 28 years later, filmed with iPhones.
Crazy.
And I'm thinking, this is like a major production, and they're taking an iPhone and filming it. You know what? We carry around. And that's the only reason I started videoing the podcast. I put a couple of episodes where I've done them with Zoom calls with Angel and Anthony from the States, and we'd put the videos out. Of course, I've got them. And then I was watching Tim Connor. Used to work with Dan Statton on Elk Shape.
Oh, okay.
Got his own channel now, and he said, you've got no excuse for not doing a video. You got a phone in your pocket, put it up on a tripod, hit record, and just do anything that brings more positive attention to archery in the outdoors has got to be good for us.
Yeah, definitely.
So I thought, you know what, sod it. I need to, like I say,
some people do like more videos. I like Spotify because I can put it on in the car and listen to it.
Yeah.
But some people do like that visual. They don't like hearing voices without seeing like a face.
I mean, Spotify you can put video on as well.
Yeah.
But if I'm listening to something like Rogan on Spotify, I won't have video playing. I just like if I want to watch them, I'll put it on YouTube.
Yeah, sometimes they look at like a saucer on the computer, or they watch a video and react to it, and you are left wondering like, what are they looking at?
I'm like, for fuck's sake, screen share, you bastards!
Because Rogan's like, oh my God, what's he doing?
Yeah, he gets that look on his face.
What is he doing?
You can tell when he's really into it because his face goes bright red as well.
There's that video of him like on the UFC or something, like him and Kenny Florian, I think it is, like reacting like that
God,
kind of thing.
That comes on so many memes.
It's in so many memes.
Yeah,
I mean, you get arrested
this
for
meme
posting
and then
those
just like,
these days.
oh God, yeah, don't go. Yeah, I'm trying to keep clear of politics because I will. My right wing friends think I'm a communist. My left wing friends think I'm a fucking Nazi. What happened to? I don't care what your politics are. If you're a good person, you're a good person.
100%.
Yeah, I don't care who you vote for. Use your vote, though, please. Go out and vote. I don't care who it's for. Use your vote. Go and vote. And I think the media are behind this a lot, trying to polarise and divide entire nations along political lines. It used to be you voted for who you voted for. Other people didn't agree with it, but you still got on. You look on social media now, if you voted for X or you voted for Y, we can no longer be friends.
Yeah, you are this
or
or
that. Are you that petty,
Yeah.
you pathetic little scroty piece of shit?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I have like conservative friends and I have liberal friends.
Yeah. I don't care who you vote for. The main thing is you vote. That doesn't define you as a person. It just says, I traditionally vote the way I've never been loyal to any political party.
Neither am I.
I'll just look, the way I tend to vote, I'll think, we've got all these people in this country that can't help themselves. I'm fortunate. I can go out to work, I can earn a living, I can do what I've got to do. There are certain people that don't have that luxury, and I will vote for who I think will look after those that can't look after themselves.
Yeah, I'll typically vote for whoever is most pro-freedom. That for me is like the main thing. But yeah.
They could bring Robert McGarvey over here if he says Second Amendment. Robert, you've got my vote. Yeah, I think again, like I say, we're getting, the nanny state is beyond, it's out of control now. It really is. And I believe government should be there. See, this is where my right-wing friends think I'm a communist. Of course, I think your utilities, your transport and your health.
Oh, yeah, you need the staple things.
They should be looked after by the government.
There'll be chaos otherwise.
Yeah. The rest of it,
yeah,
let people sort it out themselves. And because I believe in central government looking after the infrastructure of the country, my right-wing friends think, like I say, I'm some screaming communist. But because I also worry about unchecked immigration, my left-wing friends think that makes me a right-wing extremist.
Yeah.
No, it works in every other country. I feel truly privileged to live in a country so many people want to live in. All I say is, if you're going to come in, learn the language, add value to the country, add value, and integrate. That's it. 3 things. I feel truly blessed to live in a country that I say so many people aspire to live in. But don't come here and then change it. If it's so bad it needs changing, why move here in the first place?
Yeah, I mean, for me as a young person, it is, I mean, I still consider myself young. I'm 31.
You are?
But yeah.
You're a spring chicken.
I guess so. But yeah, no, I mean, I'm seeing stuff just literally going down the toilet, and it actually makes me lose a lot of hope. Like I feel like, you know, things are just coming to just destroy my dreams and kill my dreams. I can't afford a house, kind of thing. I'll probably never be able to afford a house here. Maybe like just some tiny little flat with no backyard when I'm like 45 years old, and so. Yeah, it's pretty depressing, and it makes me want to look elsewhere for like other options and stuff.
I mean, the health and safety police as well. Oh my, you can't do anything.
Oh, there's none of that. When I say there's none of that in America, like there is, but it's more the way the Americans see health and safety is we're going to tell you that it's possibly dangerous, but it's up to you whether you do that or not. Yeah. Whereas in the UK, it's a bit like, this is dangerous. We're going to bubble wrap it from you. You can't even think about doing that. And if you even think about doing that, you know, we're going to take you away, kind of thing.
Oh, God, yeah.
And in America, it's like, hey, there's a cliff there. You know, just watch it. But we'll leave you to it. If you fall down, it's your fault, kind of thing. And so they have a lot more like common sense, like health and safety.
The only place I don't see that is California. Have you noticed when
I wouldn't want to go California though.
When you've bought gold tip stuff, it all comes with a cancer warning on the packet.
Oh, I don't read the packet. I just like give them my arrows.
State of California says this can give you cancer.
Oh, really? I never noticed that, no.
California.
No, one reason I did like the Axis because they are American made. So and like people have said to me like, oh, why do you ship some of this archery stuff over from America? Like, for example, I want to ship a custom Selway over and a Black Widow, and I was like, because they're good people, and I support their companies because they're good people. Yeah. Like I'm very much a person. I value good customer service and good people.
Oh, Lord, yeah.
If you don't give me those 2 things, I'm less likely to buy from your business. Yeah. But if I could get something cheaper from down the road, but I'll ship something in if I know the person, and if I know they're a great person, if I know they are wonderful, have a wonderful product, I will invest and ship that in. Because
I bet they stand behind their product 100%. There are 2 string makers I use in the States, and on my Kuma, on the module, there's almost a knife edge. It's really sharp. Yeah. And I spec'd how I wanted the string, and with both of them, I had a little bit of serving separation, and I sent a photo saying, is this safe? And it's, oh my God, that doesn't happen to our strings. We'll send you a new one. I said, let me pay for shipping. Both companies said, no, we've got it covered. But even though I'd spec'd what I wanted, they'd said, would you mind if we change that spec to this? Because with that acute angle, this will work better. Yeah. And it's like, lads, I'm in your hands. And I've had 2 companies do that, and they bend over backwards for you. And I'm thinking, we need some of that in this country. We really do.
Yeah, customer service here is dying. It really is dying. And like I'm someone, I tried in my jobs that I've had over the last few years, you know, I try to give as best customer service as I can. I try to treat every customer like there's, you know, that they are special and that they are a person with needs. They're coming in for a reason. Yeah. And And when we're just getting too involved in like technology to serve the customers, like some companies you call up and you can't even speak to a human being.
Oh yeah.
And it's that I find it actually insulting that they think that I'm that stupid that I have to talk to a machine, and when I can't speak to like a human being kind of thing. And like if I go to a supermarket, they could have all the checkouts with lines and stuff. I'll wait at the checkouts because I want to be served by a human. And some people go,
yes.
"Oh, by the way, you can go over to the self-checkout." And I'm like, "But I want you to keep your job. I'm going to the checkout kind of thing." And
my other is, do you want to use self-checkout?
I shoot trad and I live trad.
Do you want to go to self-checkout? Well, for you, my hourly rate is £150 an hour for every hour or thereof I have to work. I want the staff discount. And if I injure myself doing that, I haven't been through the induction course, so you will be liable for any injuries. But Wendy and the girls, they will go mad at me, of course, unless I'm in a desperate rush. I am not using self-checkout.
Yeah, if I have like one drink, then that's what that was the original concept behind them, and I'll use them for that.
You go into an Asda, and they've gone from like 20-odd checkouts to 6 checkouts.
Yeah, it's so sad.
And I was in B&Q. I went to get something, and there's a queue. They've got one checkout open, the rest of them are self-service. Yeah. And the girl said, "Do you want to go through the self-checkout?" I said, "No, thank you. I'd like to be served by a human being. I'd like to see you good people still in your jobs. And besides, you're not paying me to work here." And she looks at me and she said to the guy behind me, "Would you like to use a self-checkout, sir?" And he said, "What he said." And every person she went to in the queue, they just said, awesome. What he said.
That's great.
Result.
Result. I'm an influencer. By the way, listen to our cheeky outdoors.
I'm a fat bloke that talks bollocks.
I went not long ago, I can't remember when, but I went into a Boots, and I bought a few bits in there, like shopping bits. And then I'd got to the checkouts, and they'd recently just got rid of all the checkouts, and it was only the self-service. And I walked around, and I was like, and I asked the staff member, I was like, "Where's the checkout?" kind of thing. And they're like, "Oh, they're over there." No, I mean a human checkout.
Yeah.
And they're like, "Oh, well, we got rid of those." And I was like, "Why?" kind of thing. And they just gave some like BS excuse kind of thing. So I just had my whole basket, and I just left it on the side, and I was like, "Sorry, I'll leave."
Yes.
I'll leave, and I was like, "Well, you can put that back."
They wonder why they're having to close stores because they're no longer making any money. Guess what? People don't like self-checkouts. Yeah, like I say, if you're in a desperate rush
with one drink, 100%.
Yeah, but I would rather see somebody in a job. And when they say, "Oh, but those staff are looking after the self-checkouts," no, they're not. You've got 20 checkouts, you've now got 6. You haven't got 14 staff on those self-service tills. You've got 1 or 2. Where's everybody else? You've got rid of them. Oh my God, I never thought this podcast could get so political. Woohoo! I'm going to piss
the politics of self-checkout.
I'm going to piss some people off here. I really am. Oh, yeah. What's I saying about you can't please everyone?
No.
But pissing people off's easy as cake, and I like cake. Can't you tell? Oh my lordy! I should have been. Are you at Copies next Saturday for the pre-Christmas hog roast?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, I've been invited down, and this gammy leg means I can't go.
Oh.
Well, I should have been hiking the Wrekin with you this morning, shooting Peakfield Archers tomorrow, then down at Copies next Saturday, and then shooting White Mark Bowman next Sunday. And it's all got just
I'm going to Bridgewoods tomorrow. Bridgewoods is an archery club.
Where's that?
It's east of London, just over the Dartford.
I've heard the name.
Dartford Bridge. But it's the very last year at that grounds because like the owner is like selling the land or something. I'm shooting at Bridgewoods tomorrow. Last time I ever shoot that course.
So. That should be a good day then.
Yeah, so that should be a good day.
See, I was initially going to shoot the turkey shoot at Liberty.
Oh yeah, I went.
But then I'm thinking, like, it's a 3-hour drive down there, a 3-hour drive back, and you're shooting on top. And knowing my luck, it's going to piss down. As it was, it didn't. It was a glorious day, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a great day.
But I just love that club. I love the people there. Yeah. They are, they're just the nicest people. And it reminds me of Paget. It's a flat ground, isn't it? They haven't got a lot of topography they can use.
Well, for me, actually, sometimes I like that because for me, that's really different because my home club is Cloth of Gold. Yeah. And the Cloth of Gold, I don't know if you've ever been there, but it's like a mini mountain range because it was originally in a quarry that's like overgrown now and stuff. And so for me, Liberty Arch is actually completely the opposite of what I'm used to. So we have a lot of close up, but very undulating hills and like different angles and things that we shoot at Cloth of Gold. So we can have short shots, but still make them really challenging and difficult.
See, I like a realistic technical shot. I'm not a fan of let's take a 3D lynx and stick it at 90 yards.
Yeah.
No, I like technically challenging courses. That's what makes it for me.
The best UK event that I've done is probably the Bodnik Bow Hunter Challenge. That's definitely gaining popularity.
I'd love
the
to
only
have
issue
done
though
that.
is
trad bows only.
Trad bows only.
Who is it? Is it Brixham or Exmouth? We're looking at doing. I think it might be Brixham, doing one for all classes. Bow hunter style, because that looks amazing.
Yeah, because bow hunter style is where only the kill area. Yeah. So in UK that's the 20 area. Yeah. In America that's the 8 area. Yeah. Just clarifying that, because I don't know what your diversity of listeners are, but
for the first time ever, I've got more listeners from the UK than the States.
Oh dear.
Yeah. Is that my phone ringing?
Maybe. Not
mine. Oh damn. You know what? It's still working on here, though. This is still working.
Oh, we'll carry on then.
Yeah, I'll just carry on. That sounds like a messenger call, actually. Well, the only problem is I can't put that on. I don't think camo will work if I'm on airplane mode. Otherwise, I'll put it on airplane mode. Oh. Whoever's calling me now, sorry, can't do it. I love you.
He's not available right now. Please call back later. What was I saying? Yeah, the Bonnet Boyana challenge. Yeah, so that's the rules that only the kill areas count, and then it's if you wound the animal, it's like a minus score, so you get like a -5.
Well, that's understandable. Of course, as a bow hunter, you'd rather miss than wound.
And it's sub 30 yards. And I think that would work for compound. If it was sub 30 yards, you could still have that course, but you only count the 24.
Yeah. That would make sense.
Like for a compound, that would be a really good challenge. Yeah. Like that would be really good.
Well, I'd seen a couple of the videos and I thought, why only trad bows? Yeah. I'd look, an event like that would be amazing to shoot.
I don't mind there being only trad only events. I mean, I go to some of them and they're great events, but I think sighted archers should be allowed to have sighted only events without the trad crew crying over it as well. And
I just like shooting with any type of bow.
100%.
Couldn't give a.
But the thing about the Bodnik Bow Hunter Challenge though is it has skewed a lot of UK people's idea of what an actual bow hunter shot is. Yeah. The scoring, yes, you want to aim for that kill and a wound punishes you. But a lot of people now seem to think that an ethical bow hunting shot is to shoot a deer through 15 yards, but through like a tiny little gap in the tree or something. Like that's an ethical shot to take where you could miss or something. And actually the most perfect bow hunter shot is like 10 to 20 yards or maybe up to 30 for a compound in the most open like ground you can like possibly get, like the clearest lane.
And to get it wrong, for 3Ds
broadside kind of thing.
I love window shots for 3D.
Oh yeah, they're fun. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, next year or the year after, I'm hoping to do the French bow hunters qualification, because to bow hunt in France, it's a French specific license.
Oh, okay.
But at their educational facility, the bragging rights aren't, it's like Western hunters. They're shooting out to 60, 70 yards, aren't they, when they're on the West Coast in the States? The bragging rights in France as to who got closest. I managed to get to 3 yards before I shot
that's the bragging rights within the trad bow hunting community is who shot it the closest distance. Yeah.
And until you look at Aaron Snyder, who can pinwheel something at 40 yards with a trad bow. But then again, he works so hard at it, doesn't he?
Yeah. I mean, the thing I like about Aaron Snyder is I listened to a debate between him and this other guy. It was called like the Hunt Quietly podcast. And it's a guy that, he has his philosophy. I'm not really going to criticize it, but he was all about we shouldn't tell people that we're bow hunting and grow the community. That's his opinion. But anyway, Aaron Snyder came on his podcast to argue against, to say, hey, we should be promoting this more. Yeah. And he started criticizing Aaron about, you hunt all these animals kind of thing, and you stick photographs on Instagram. And he was like, you hunt too much that you don't need those animals to eat. And he goes, I feed my staff with those animals.
Yeah.
He said, I feed my family with those animals kind of thing. And that really brought my respect for Aaron Snyder from this level, up here kind of thing. I was like, he's like a boss that looks after his stuff.
There's a guy, Brian Quacker, the pigman.
I haven't heard of him.
He did, what they call it? Apocalypse Now, where they went helicopter hunting pigs in Texas.
Okay.
Him and Ted Nugent.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And they're up in a helicopter, machine gunning feral hogs, because, the damage they do.
Yeah.
What was it, the 1 year across Texas and Florida? Feral pigs did $9 billion worth of damage to agricultural land. And people are saying, but that's not hunting. He said, no, it's not, it's pest control. But look at all those animals wasted.
Yeah.
And between the two of them, they took 400 hogs in a day. And he said, no, they're not wasted, and did it behind the scenes. And they'd employed 2 crews, a clean-up crew to go and bring the carcasses in, and a butchery crew. And every last one of those 400 hogs was butchered, and the meat was taken to as many local homeless shelters as they could.
And you said, Paige Pierce?
Yeah.
Yeah. All of your mail, compound archer, Paige Pierce. Hello.
What was it Kopi said? I don't think any of us are looking at her bow when she's shooting.
Anyway.
Trust Kopi to lower the tone.
When I listened to that podcast, I messaged Kopi and I was like, it wasn't long till something about Paige Pierce was brought up, was it? I can't remember what it was now, but yeah. But anyway, she shot a giraffe, didn't she? In South Africa.
Yeah. Oh, the hate she got for that.
Oh yeah, she got loads of hate, but she put in her post I fed hundreds of thousands of African school children, underprivileged African school children.
I think a lot of people don't realise.
She takes home the glory of the taxidermy, which she can put in their living room.
Yeah,
great, no problem. But she gave the meat to. She said she didn't even have any herself. She gave it all to schools and stuff.
One of the women that was a member of Paget, she passed away unfortunately. She spent a lot of time in Africa, and she said a lot of people in the West don't think just because an animal looks cuddly and adorable, they think people won't eat it.
People think...
He said anything.
Yeah.
If it's brown, it's down, and it's eaten. Yeah. That's it.
And people think bears are cuddly. It's do you want to go and cuddle a bear? I'd pay to see that if you're such a bear person.
Have you not seen the bear cuddles gone wrong on YouTube?
Oh, yeah.
Folks remember there was that thing. Selfies with bears.
There was that thing that was going around with all the feminists and stuff, and they were like, would you rather be stuck in the woods with a man or a bear? And they were like, oh, the bear kind of thing. And it was just a laughing stock.
It ain't Winnie the Pooh, love.
Yeah.
It ain't Winnie the Pooh. The man might tell some naughty jokes. That bear's going to rip you to pieces and swallow you.
In Pennsylvania, I had some black bear to eat. It was delicious. Nice? It was delicious. I can't explain what it tastes like. like, you know how like
Not
someone
chicken.
might, yeah, they'll say, oh, it's a bit like chicken, or no, like this wasn't chicken, it wasn't pork, it was, I know, it was just bear, and it, unless I tasted it again or on the regular, I couldn't exactly tell you what it tastes like, but it tasted pretty damn good.
I know they reckon.
And I saw the bear on a video, and it was the first time for me that I'd actually seen the animal that I'd actually eaten.
Oh, wow.
So that was like a big deal. It was Greg Krause that shot it, and it's on the Push YouTube channel. And he was the guy who I met at ETAR, Greg Krause. He's like a big bow hunter, like he featured a lot on like the Push episodes and like videos, and he was probably one of my favorite people that I met at ETAR, because like he was just a real solid guy that was just so solid with his family kind of thing. You could tell like his family looked up to him as the real man of the family, you know, like a real respected person, like, and their family unit, because he brought his wife and kids to ETAR, they were just like solid as a rock kind of thing, and it was just really amazing to see.
If you believe the BBC, that's the ultimate in toxic masculinity, isn't
it?
100%,
yeah. Yeah.
A man looking after his family. Yeah, I know they say on the West Coast, if the bears have been gorging on salmon, they pick up the taste of that, and it's not the nicest tasting meat, but I reckon when they're gorging on fruit in the fall, it's supposed to be absolutely incredible meat. And
I don't know.
Something I'd like to try bear meat.
I think he shot it in spring, but yeah, it was unique. I was like, yeah, I'm eating bear, you know.
Yeah.
So that was a pretty cool experience, and I had some elk sausages as well.
Oh.
They were pretty delicious. They were good. Yeah, the whole food at ETAR was just just amazing.
People realise how healthy the food is.
Oh yeah, 100%.
From the hunting community.
Yeah, and that's why I'd love to be able to do that and to be able to provide for myself, and because I don't really know where my food comes from when it comes from the supermarket. No. I'd like to know exactly where it's come from.
Well, Josh, have you come across the Beaumars, Josh and Sarah Beaumar?
Yeah.
She was vegan.
Oh, okay.
And the reason she was vegan was she didn't agree with factory farming principles, which you can't blame her.
Mm.
Josh got her hunting, and now all meat she eats, she has harvested herself, or Josh has harvested. That's and I'm thinking, how cool is that? That is, we should all be so blessed to be able to do that. I know they've done a lot in Africa as well, haven't they? I was watching some of their videos, and the number of schools they've funded in Africa.
Yeah.
And people say, see, this is something that really, really grinds my gears when they call it trophy hunting. Every animal is a trophy. Every animal.
Mm.
And those animals that are hunted live a life freer than 99.9% of men will ever know.
I'd rather be a white-tailed deer in the forest of Eastern America and, you know, have the small percentage of chance, because the percentage of chance of them being shot by an arrow is actually really tiny. Yeah. I'd rather live free, no walls, have that small possible chance and the actual chance to avoid it if possible.
Oh, yeah.
Than live as some cow on a farm in just like a field munching on grass all day and
every time
whatever.
Every time I say those animals are far freer than we as human beings have been in an
100%.
awful long time. I don't think people realise that it's the ultimate free range organic meat.
Mm.
It's lived as Mother Nature intended. If it gets taken with an arrow, it's fingers crossed down quick and with minimal pain. And
I'd rather take an arrow than be like hunted by some pack of wolves or something like that.
Well, this is it. They say, why don't you let natural predators take over? Have you seen what happens? They don't kill them and eat them. They eat them alive.
On your neck or something. Yeah, crazy.
And, you know, they're not eating the backstrap or the rump first. While that animal is alive, they are ripping it open and gorging on the offal. That Mother Nature's not nice. Mother Nature's a brutal, savage psychopath. And the vegans would say, well, can't we start feeding lions plant food instead so they don't have to kill the animals? These are the same people that say, why don't they fly to the sun in the dark so it's not hot?
I've never heard that one.
Oh, somebody, they're on about, there's some thread on Twitter about the sun, and somebody saying, well, you know, of course they'll never fly there, and this bright spark comes up, well, why don't they just go at night when it's dark and not hot? I give up. You just can't educate stupid, can you?
That's why sometimes, like, I might occasionally comment something on like social media or something, and then sometimes you get this like flood of crazy people like commenting on it.
Oh yeah,
especially if it is hunting related, or just something's just a normal opinion in general.
Yeah,
and sometimes I'm just like, I can't be bothered to reply because you're never going to educate these people. They're never going to listen to your point of view. And then they start commenting, well, she's not commenting back. And it's like, well, no, because I can't
must
be bothered.
have won. No, you haven't.
I can't be bothered.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have a great big ban hammer on social media and I swing it freely and often. It's the only way to stop yourself getting dragged into the cesspool, the negative and toxicity that is a lot of social media these days. Oh my God, this suddenly got very, very deep. Ooh, that's a first for this podcast. Reeking, you bumped a herd of fallow does, didn't you?
Yeah, fallow. Yeah, so I was walking down the Reekin, I don't know, I mentioned your message, but obviously for the viewers. And I'm just casually strolling down. Now, normally I walk in the woods quite carefully and quietly because nature is all around you and you do see things when you be quiet in the woods. But I didn't expect these deer to be up here, especially with people walking up and down. So I had my guard really low. Like I wasn't on any kind of deer search or wildlife search. And then suddenly I come over like the brow of a hill, and then there's just this like herd of like 15, 20 like fallow deer, like walking, like just crossing the path. And suddenly I've come over not really expecting them to be there, and then they've seen me and they've all just stopped like this kind of thing. And I stopped as well, and I was looking at them because I was like, because my instant reaction when I see a deer is stop moving because it might not have seen me, and I might be able to observe this like wonderful creature. And then, so we just had this staring competition for a few seconds. Like, all the deer were like, shit, it's 3 points on our deer license, that is. Like, we've been caught. And then one of them must have went like, ladies, we've been caught, let's go, kind of thing. And they just like bolted off. And I was like, shit, I busted them, you know. But it was amazing to like just see them. And I didn't expect them to be there. So that was pretty cool. Well,
I'm normally panting that hard going up the Reekin that I'll never see.
You know what would be great on the Reekin?
I was laughing at me.
Do you know what I was thinking would be great on the Reekin as I was going up? Is imagine there was like a little like total archery challenge in the UK on something like the Reekin where like there's like 20 targets. Or something. It's not a full 40 target course because you'd be exhausted.
Oh, wouldn't you just?
But like you have like your bow strapped to your back, you hike up there. And like there's a few shots on the way that you stop off at, you know, shoot your target, go collect, hike another like a few 100 meters or so up here, another shot, you know, just like a solo archery challenge.
It'd be amazing.
A few shots at the top and then you come down and shoot some targets. That'd be awesome.
I think the only place with the Lake District you could do it in this country or up in the Scottish Highlands. And I've talked to a few people about it, and there've been a couple of three looked at maybe putting something on. But when you look at how it is in the States, and I mean, Sean de Grey's built that into a huge brand, hasn't he?
But it's predominantly a compound thing. I don't know how many compound people in this country shoot 3Ds because they're probably...
Well, the thing about tack is you don't have to shoot from the peg.
No.
because it's not a
But
competition.
it'll be a lot more fun with a compound, like 120 yard shots.
God, I used to love watching. I don't watch them as much anymore because they're not putting out as much stuff. YouTube channel called Hushing, and they used to work with. Was it Matt Davis? Used to be one of the trad guys at Hoyt, one of the trad developers, and he actually went with them to TAC and shot a Satori at the same distances as the compound. It was fantastic to watch.
Did you see that video of it was at TAC, I think it was on Elk Shape, and they had all of them against Bodie Turner.
Yes, that was. It was Elk Shape.
And you're just seeing Bodie Turner just like 120 yards just with his lift, just planting these arrows. And like the way he like marks the trajectory of the arrow is really cool. As it's just going, and it just has that little blip when it goes in. That was awesome.
So, I mean, he's doing that with a hunt. Well, a so-called hunting bow, isn't it? But then again,
he was doing it with
Levi was using Levi Morgan. Was it a lift? Or the year before's 33-inch axle bow at ASAs. Started shooting the ASAs and winning ASAs with them. So it just shows the quality of modern bows.
I find it interesting. Do you see how Joel was shooting his compound? Like
off the
unsighted.
Fingers?
No, unsighted. Yeah. He still had the release, but he had like a longer D-loop. And he'd have the D-loop, he'd anchor right up here, like near his eye temple, and almost like gap shoot this compound. Yeah. And so the arrow would be right underneath his eye, and he'd just cant the compound a little bit.
Yeah.
And then
man can shoot anything.
He just plonked this, like, I think like deer target at like 100 and something yards or something.
Yeah. Oh,
that was awesome.
Yeah, I mean, his system's amazing, but like I say, I was so pleased that first year Bodie entered Vegas and just cleaned up, and I thought, for all you that said, who's Joel Turner? Why should we listen to him? What does he know about archery? That's what that guy knows about archery. A 15-year-old has just walked in and mopped the floor with the best in the world.
I remember when... So I occasionally get people, like, they ask me, they might shoot me on the range, they might message me later or something, and I'll be like, I really liked your shot control. Like, what are you thinking about your shot? How did you get so good at controlling your shot? And then I go into that, I kind of mimic that clip of when Joe Rogan was speaking about Joel Turner, and I just almost like message him, say, do you know Joel Turner? And I just imagine that music playing like, you know.
It's like though he's...
Sometimes I send them the video as well. I was like, this is how.
The fundamentals of archery are the fundamentals, not the physicals. And he's the only person that's addressed it from a mental point of view.
It's just fantastic.
Yeah.
It's changed the game.
Yeah. I mean, he's got another company going now called, I think it's Mind IQ.
Mind IQ. Yeah, because
he's going into businesses, isn't he?
Yeah, started going to like sports teams and stuff. I think like ice hockey teams and football teams, American football teams to...
Oh, it's so good to see him doing so well with it.
Yeah.
But it just...
And then he's still got the time to come spend time with people at ETAR and...
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I said to you. Is he as cool as he seems? Because he comes across as cool. Just this incredibly genuine guy that just wants to see people be as good as they can be. That
is it. And that's exactly what he's like. And like there were so many people at ETAR, that big names... And they were exactly like what they are on the tin.
Yeah.
Joel Turner, you might think, well, everyone's hanging around him. He's this famous guy. He must be like, arrogant as anything. And I mean, he's super confident about himself, but he's not arrogant, and he comes across, he wants to help as many people at ETAR as he can.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter who you are. If he sees you need a bit of help, he might offer some advice. And that was really cool. And like I said before, if he sees that you're doing really well with your shot control, he won't just go, oh, you know what, you're good. He'll be like, I'm going to try and put you off. I'm going to be an arsehole.
Let's test you now.
Yeah, let's test you.
Let's get you to a few Turner mode.
And because you know Joel Turner, you know that's what it's for, kind of thing. And I met Tom Clum out there as well, which was incredible.
I watched him coaching Aaron Snyder on YouTube, Tom Clum Sr. God, that was...
So the first time I saw him at ETAR, I was walking back from the vendor tent. I originally went over to shoot at the warm-up range.
Yeah.
And then I ended up shopping because I was like, I want to get a load of T-shirts before they went out of stock of my size and stuff. So I've got these bags of stuff and I'm like, well, you know what? I should go back to my tent, put all this stuff in the car and then go back. And as I'm on my way back to my tent, I passed Matt Zernzak's range. And who's on the range? It's Tom Clum is on the range. Wow. Just having a little like one-to-one with this guy. And I was like, oh my God, who is that who I think it is? Like, that's freaking Tom Clum.
Yeah.
Like, so anyway, and at the same time, I was like, this range wasn't here like before, because I got it there before Matt Zernzak. So that range was not there when I walked across that same patch of grass before. And so I was like, you know what, I'm gonna put my shopping down, because I still got that itch to shoot. I'm gonna shoot a few arrows at some of these mysterious targets that have appeared out of nowhere. And then I just said hello to Tom, and again I, like with Joel Turner, I thought I better say hello to him now and just thank him for solid archery mechanics, because I might not see him again. You know, he's going to get all this attention. He's not going to have time for me, kind of thing. But then again, he recognized me and he was like, oh, yeah,
wow.
I've seen things you've been doing and stuff like that. And yeah, which was really weird. And then I just got like a picture with like a photograph of him. And then I shot a few arrows. And yeah, I didn't expect to see him again. And then later on, we were just like gathered round, and then he just, he started like shooting his bow next to me and stuff. And he really liked the fact that I was come from the UK, and he was really intrigued of what archery was like in the UK. And so one evening he just said, like, I'd like to sit down and have a conversation with you one evening. And he was like,
cool is that?
And he was like, because I really want to know what archery is like in the UK. And I was like, we could sit down later on. And so, I had a little chat with Tom Clum, and just, we spoke about me and my archery and him and his archery. And he told me a few like bow hunting stories, and he talked me through his riser that he designed with stalker stick bows.
Oh, shit.
And, he got me to look at it, and he was talking me through, like, because I was asking him why did you design it like this?
Yeah.
I mean, I knew why, but I wanted to hear it from him, And it was just great. I was like, this guy wants to talk to me, kind of thing. Like, and he just thought it was so amazing that I'd come from the UK, and a lot of other people were like that. They were like so honored that I'd come all this way to like visit, and like I got a few like free T-shirts and stuff, because they were like, I want you to have this, because I really appreciate the effort you need to come over and stuff.
So I've got to admit,
it was great.
I used to love, well, I still do, watch the ETAR videos. Then there's the Western Traditional Archery Rendezvous, isn't there?
Yeah, there's loads of different rendezvous.
And the Southern Traditional Archery Rendezvous. They all look like
there's like the Tennessee Classic and
incredibly good fun.
Yeah.
But did you find it really weird being recognised?
Yeah, a little bit. Some people did recognise me, or if they didn't recognise me, they were just really interested in who I was. And, and I guess I was more memorable to them because it was like, it's that girl from the UK kind of thing. But like, they were like more honoured that I was there than like, than me to like meet them and stuff. And so it was, that was really awesome in that way.
Well, I had a weird one at Copish party. I was stood talking to, I think it was his mate Dan, and two guys walked in. And I'm talking to Dan, and this one said, "Do you know who that is?" He said, "What?" He said, "It's Rich from Archery Geek Outdoors." And I'm thinking, who the fuck's that? How do they know me? And I had this conversation with Trad Sniper, and he said, "Mate, it really freaked me out the first time somebody recognised me." He said, "So I had some little stickers done." And he said, if somebody says, are you the trad sniper? I'll just give him a sticker saying I shot with the trad sniper.
Yeah. I met Randy Cooling out there.
Jesus.
Safari Tough. Yeah, he was pretty nice. I mean, he was busy because he was running his store. But I had a little chat with him. And at Randy Cooling's vendor, I met Kurt Cabrera as well, who puts a lot of like trad bow hunting videos up.
Yeah.
So in the trad world, like a lot of people know him. And he said to me, like, he said originally, I didn't think much. He said, it was just, some girl that enjoyed archery and, oh, that's nice. She come to ETAR. But then he said, then he looked at my bow setup and he was like, wait, this girl knows what she's talking about kind of thing. Like, maybe she's got something to say. So
you have had a steep learning curve. Am I remembering rightly? You started archery after lockdown.
Yeah. So I was a adult onset archery, like post lockdown. I was just bored during the lockdown. Being a PT, the gym got shut down. I was still doing a bit of work, but nowhere near what I was doing.
Yeah.
And my video gaming hours just went up during the lockdown.
My gardening hours went up.
For a lot of people, that sort of stuff went up, didn't it? And just some of the video games I played just had archery in them, and I was like, you know what? Like, I just seem to be good at these video games. Like, maybe I should just try it in real life. I was like, hey, that's something I could do, right? And then, especially watching the Hunger Games as well over lockdown, because I watched my movie hours went up as well. And I was like, yeah, this might be pretty good, So I just did like a 6-week course at a place called Archery Fit.
Oh, I've seen adverts for that place in London.
Yeah, it's pretty good. They're very good in that they do have a flexible coaching course in place. So it wasn't over 6 weeks. It was 6 sessions and they're open all the time. So I could actually do 3 in a day if I really wanted to. And then they just have free time in the range that you could just find your bow, get used to it and stuff. So they're pretty good there.
Yeah.
But anyway, and then as I started getting into archery, I just started getting all like the bow hunting stuff in my algorithm. And the fact that during lockdown, I realized how isolated and how kind of screwed as humanity we actually were, sort of thing.
Oh,
how people behaved and showed up so
very
much
quickly, didn't it?
Seeing people like fighting over like stuff in the supermarkets, and I was like, this society is not actually that stable. It's kind of like
we're no more than 9 meals from chaos.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Joker kind of stuff, isn't it? Like
it
from
really
Batman.
is, yeah.
Like one mayor dies and the whole place goes crazy kind of thing, right? But anyway, and it just got me thinking, I need like this, like human society is in many ways not for me. Like I want to kind of rewild a bit more and branch out a bit more and explore, provide for myself more. And eventually that came into like the bow hunting algorithm. And I was like, that just looks so awesome, because not only is bow hunting potentially giving myself free, clean meat one day, but it's also an adventure. And that's what I was missing in my life, is adventure.
Yeah.
In Britain, we're just cooped up in houses, TVs and sofas. No one has many adventures anymore.
No, that's what I said. You're a genuine globe-trotting adventurer, aren't you?
And that was one thing that brought me to ETAR, was like, I'm going to go on an adventure,
Yeah.
And who cares if I come back dead or alive, because I'll be finally living. And you
know what? If you go doing something you love, wouldn't we all wish to be that blessed?
100%, yeah. And
go with a smile on your face.
And so just the rabbit holes went on and on. And then I was like, well, where can I practice bow hunting? Because I saw on videos they're shooting 3D. I was like, where can I do that? Kind of thing. And so then I searched 3D clubs, and then I found my local NFAS club, and then it just sort of started from there.
Because that was pretty much. I was looking for I'd been DJing for a while as a hobby, and I just got burned out on the constant search for music.
Yeah.
And when you had to go into a record shop and buy a vinyl, you knew a record company thought enough of that to press it, and they'd made an investment in it. Now, when anybody can upload to Juno, to Beatport, to Tracksource, you know, you could record a fart and upload it. You literally can. No doubt some bugger would pay for it. Probably a Tory MP.
It'd be like on OnlyFans or something.
Yeah, onlyfarts.com. But you'd
get people actually pay for that, like some lady farting or something. Like people would pay for that.
I'm a lady. I wonder how much could I retire on it? No, I've totally lost track. Yeah, anybody can upload any music to any of these online stores.
Yeah.
So I'd be spending 16, 20 hours a week trawling through tracks trying to find one or two gems, and I just got so burned out on it. And I said it was clay pigeon or archery. Went back into decided to go back into archery and just started Googling archery, and up came a couple of 3D shoots.
Yeah.
So I thought 3D archery, West Midlands, and a shoot report from Paget came up. So I literally rocked down there one Saturday morning. I'd already bought my bow, because I'd bought my bow in the December, and I'd been shooting at Bow Sports Range every Tuesday. Then I got a boss, put it in the garden, was practice. I'd say to Wendy, I'm just going to quick half hour in the garden. She said, all right, then see you this afternoon. And 7 days a week, I was shooting 2,500 arrows, 7 days a week. And then I thought, right, time to join a club. Found Paget, went down, and the rest, as they say, is sweet, sweet history. But Paget, I know you said Cloth of Gold, you can shoot 24/7, can't you?
Yeah.
Paget, we're restricted to Wednesdays and Saturdays. And
yeah, you have to have a membership, by the way, at Cloth of Gold. I
Yeah.
don't want people to listen to this and
yeah.
be like, oh, head to Cloth of Gold. Yeah,
You must be a member.
They monitor like the
Yeah.
car park and stuff like that.
Same with Paget. When you're newbies can come down on a
Yeah.
Saturday, and we've got quite a good introductory program. It's not restricted to 6 weeks. If some people learn faster, some people learn slower. We do 2-hour sessions, and it's a $5 a session with all your equipment included, which is like, where else can you do that?
We need more of that in like the NFS place. Like,
yeah,
as much fun as it just to have the woods to yourself and just shoot, it'd be good to have, just people that do know what they're talking about in terms of coaching archery, and being good at archery and coaching archery, or being good at any sport and coaching a sport, are two different things.
Oh, Lord, yeah.
100%. Like, I've never been the best at any sport, but I'm pretty good at coaching things, and I do want to do my archery qualifications.
Yeah.
But anyway, we need things where it's like just on like a Sunday morning or Saturday morning for like 2 hours. There's like not even like a structured session, but just a drop-in session. Say a coach that just says, hey, I'm here to look at your technique. We're just going to do some shooting, or we're going to walk around the range and around the course, and we're going to do some stuff, and we're going to solely look at your technique. And it could be like taking a group round. Doesn't matter who you are, if you're a beginner or if you just got something that's bugging you about your shot that you need to work on, to be able to actually come in and speak to a coach. And that would keep so many people into the sport, coming back to clubs, and
I say we're
really looking after, especially the younger generation in our sport.
We're really fortunate. They'll come down, have a go, and if they enjoy it and come back, we can then start bringing them on to where they can be signed off.
Yeah.
We'll go through all the safety stuff. They shoot on the standard roundels, then onto animal faces, then they're tested on the theoretical side of it, and then they have to do a scored round in the woods.
And another really good thing that they did in America? Kids archery.
Yeah.
Much better in America. So
NASP is huge, isn't it?
yeah, there is like a NASP thing as well. Yeah. They did have like a vendor at ETAR actually.
Yeah.
But in general, so there was kids 3D course at ETAR.
Yeah.
So there was an actual kids course. There was a kids practice range. And it wasn't like shooting, well, some of them were, but it wasn't just shooting small little rabbits at 10 yards. It was shooting like big, full-size deer like Reinhardt or big shot deer targets at 10 to 15 yards.
Basically shooting what mommy and daddy shoot at, but at a realistic range.
Close. Yeah,
how
exactly.
cool is that?
I mean, how many times, like, I find it so annoying when people are like, right, kids archery, right, tiny little rabbit that we don't care about, just put that 10 yards in front of the kid and get them shoot it. They still can't hit that rabbit at 10 yards. They need something big.
Yeah.
Kids want to hit something. They want to hear that.
Well, that's it.
That sound. That's what they want to hear.
It's building that confidence and building that passion and love for it.
Who cares if it's a Delta Mackenzie elk target or like a moose at 10 yards? For the kids, they're going to be on target. They're going to be hitting that target.
To be fair.
And also getting kids to write bows as well.
As a kid, I'd have been more impressed with myself hitting like an moose at 5 yards than a rabbit at 10 yards. It'd be, look at that thing!
Look at that thing. 100%. The kids will love it. They love it. You get so many more kids in the NFAS if they did that.
Yeah.
Just put the kids' pegs so much closer on big targets. And also what a lot of people do is they give kids the hardest bows. The amount of times I've seen kids barely any instruction other than from dad that can barely hit the broadside of the barn himself. And what they do is they give the kid like a longbow, like a wooden longbow with a glove, like a leather glove, and like arrows with 2-inch feathers on, 3 2-inch feathers on. So there's going to be no forgiveness in that arrow whatsoever.
Oh, yeah.
And the kid's expected to shoot like a rabbit at 20 yards away with that bow. And no wonder they're crying at the end of it. And we need to, I think if you're going to have the shots long range for the kids, I think the best bow for them to start on is just one of them kids' compounds. Even for a trad shooter, get one of those tension activated releases. You can get them into recurve later on. Get them to draw back, aim.
Yep.
Take the safety off. Here I go. Here I go. Shot control early in age. And then just like a recurve, pull. And then it makes that decision for them. And that way they get the power from the little compound into the target. Happy child. Happy children, happy parents.
Yeah,
right?
You do realise there are going to be folks all around the country reaching for wax effigies of you to stick pins in because you said put them onto a compound before a recurve.
My child will shoot a longbow. No, it's not a longbow. It's an English longbow. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Oh, my Lord. Yeah, we do need to get more youngsters into the sport because particularly NFAS. Whoops, steady on. Even though it's got a good, healthy number of members, it's an ageing society.
There's no kids. No kids. Or the kids I do see, I never see them again.
No.
Never. I can count on my fingers the amount of kids I've seen twice.
Yeah.
Before.
Which is really, really sad. Like I say, it's an ageing society. We need to bring fresh blood in. That's why like I say, stick a big 3D out at 5
Massive
yards.
3D, the biggest 3D you got, stick it at 10 yards, get the kids to shoot it.
Stick the Velociraptor at 5 yards.
Oh, yeah, the Velociraptor.
Kids with Velociraptors and bows and arrows. Come on, they're going to be screaming about it at school on Monday.
Before the shot, they turn their head. Clever girl.
Yeah.
And then shoot their arrow.
Can you imagine them going into school on Monday? I shot a Velociraptor. No, you didn't. Yes, I did. Come with me next weekend and you can see. How quickly would that get folks into it?
Oh, my God. They'll bring their friends over. 100%. Yeah. They'll be like, come with me. We're going to this club. Kids course. Like, why don't we run kids courses? Why have their parents got to teach them? And I respect the parent wanting to teach their child, get into archery, bring their kid into their world. Absolutely fantastic. But sometimes parents aren't always the best coaches. You might not, and be humble and say, look, I don't have that knowledge.
Yeah.
Find a coach, even if it's a target club. Get them into it, get them shooting well. Then get them on some nice big targets close up. They will love it.
Yeah.
They will love you for it. And you'll start seeing them say, good shot, daddy. Good shot, mummy.
Yeah.
Because they'll understand what they need to do, and they'll understand what success looks like and feels like.
When Bethany was
thing.
shooting trad, she'd ask me a question. I say, I don't know. You'll have to wait till we're at the club on Saturday.
Yeah.
Because I don't know that. Just switch your ego off and admit you don't know it rather than giving them wrong information. There's always plenty of folks at the club to ask.
Kids crash courses during the summer holidays, archery crash courses at NFAS clubs.
Yeah.
That'd be great, you know.
I say, unfortunately, we only have access 2 days a week, so it's not something we could do. But at our open shoot, maximum distance we got a kid's target for the youngest kids was 15 yards, nothing over 15. That was for the first peg.
Yeah. I hate seeing a kid struggle to hit a rabbit at 30 yards and then they're crying. I've seen that a number of times. And
fair enough, make the first shot a challenge, but you want to make the second and third shot a gimme. Purely so they come away with a smart. Yeah, they might not get it first arrow, but they're not going to come off with blanks. They're going to come off smiling.
And they're not going to lose them either.
Look how many targets I hit, and then it's going to make them want to go back and do it more. Like I say, we've got to bring this fresh blood in. And all these arguments going on with NFAS at the moment, I'm afraid I'm very much of the. I can understand people not wanting anything to change. I can be resistant to change at times. But I'm afraid that the way life runs is evolve or die.
Yeah, that's it.
That's your choice.
It's humanity, right?
Evolve or die.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that.
Yeah, a lot of it is we're different in the NFAS. We're different. Okay, I get we're different. And, you know, that's great. And you know what? The fact that you're different, you can just go to a shoot on Sunday. You haven't got to worry about anything but just enjoying yourself, shooting what bow you want in the woods.
Yeah.
Fantastic. But it doesn't mean that we can't have the same barebow rules as World Archery. That's not us being the same as everyone else. That's just us actually opening the gates to say, hey, come shoot 3D. You can shoot your bow.
Yeah.
Let me show you how to do it. And then we can increase more participation. There are so many barebow archers out there that would love to string walk and even get competitive with each other doing 3D.
String walking fascinates me.
Yeah, it's another black magic.
The world field champs and some of those barebow archers, they're going arrow for arrow with the compounds. I know they're shooting maybe 5-10 yards less, but that's not a great deal. And considering they haven't got a 30-inch long rod, they've got a little lumpy weight. Their shooting is, I'm like, oh.
But yeah, we can have a crossover of divisions and still be different. You know, no one's going to leave the NFAS if we just adopt some of the same rules as other classes.
Yeah.
It'll actually help us bring more people in and we'll be able to welcome more people with open arms. And I think that can only be a great thing. More money for clubs as well, more better quality 3Ds. You won't have as many of these chewed up 3D targets, and I get it. If you have those, we have them. They're great. But you know, imagine you could just buy that extra target because you had just that extra income from members that aren't coming otherwise because they can't shoot their bow in the NFAS or they got a compound and they're just slagged off and they're like, well, fuck this, you know, I'm gonna go shoot my targets where we actually had some fun, you know.
You know what? We're all archers together.
Yeah, that's it.
And particularly if the government want to bring in some kind of licensing, it'll start with crossbows. Then it'll be compounds. And as much as it pains me to hate it, there'll be some of the trad boys saying, yeah, get rid of compounds, they're cheating. But when they've got rid of compounds and crossbows, what are they coming for next?
The trad boys, they'll be like, you know what? These are just as dangerous.
These are even more dangerous because you can shoot them a lot faster. I bet you could shoot half a dozen arrows in the time it takes me to shoot one.
I don't know. Have you seen me shoot? I'm quite slow, to be honest. I hold quite long because I am talking to myself through my shot.
Yeah.
And you know, and the 3D's not going nowhere. So I just take my time.
I sometimes have to do that. I have to literally shout at myself in my head.
That's good. Getting loud in your head, though.
It's really weird because sometimes I don't shoot with a purpose. I'm just shooting for fun. It's very easy to slip back into bad habits.
Those bad habits.
And then it takes so long to come out of them. They're easy to slip into and very
you
hard
gotta
to pull out of.
You got to physically coach yourself through the shot. You got to teach yourself as if you're a beginner. And if you're saying it out loud at first, you'll ingrain it a lot quicker than if you are just saying it internally.
Yeah.
You know, and as you get better, then you can, as your internal voice starts getting louder, then you can stop saying it like out loud. So for anyone that hasn't got mental control of their shot and hasn't looked at Joel Turner yet, at the very least, just talk yourself through your shot, coach yourself through your shot, one step at a time. The 3D is not going nowhere. The target's not going nowhere.
Yeah.
Unless it's one of the moving ones. They're pretty cool. But that's different. That's open loop.
There is a time and a place for it.
There is a time and a place for it. But for the most thing, just raise your bow. Step 1 done. Remind yourself, I'm going to do this right. Pull back. Step 2. Just pull it back. Anchor. Step 3. Count those steps in your head. Keep track of them. Step 4. Aim. Step 5, pull and release.
Yep.
You know, break it down to those 5 steps. Immediately, you should have better shot control and just tell yourself, do not send that arrow until all of my commands are complete. And you've got to be harsh on yourself with that.
One of his recent videos that changed things for me because I'd start the pull and the squeeze on my trigger, the squeeze. And if I didn't think it was going fast enough, I'd get frustrated and punch.
Yeah.
And then it's only a few months back, watched one of his videos and said, if it's not going off, just let down.
Yeah.
He
Otherwise,
said,
that's you losing the battle, sir.
It is none of your fucking business if that shot goes off or not.
Yeah.
That's the problem with the release. Your job is just to squeeze. If it doesn't go off, let it down and go again.
Yeah.
And I know there's another side he's doing where you should never let.
You could stop it.
There's another side where he's saying, I don't know, some far more experienced people, never to let down.
Yeah.
But at my level, it has to be. If it's
that's
not
what
going off,
says.
Off the trigger, let it down and try again.
Yeah.
What
he says is sometimes if you let down too much, your body then, your mind, your thoughts will then say, I'd let it down, it's no good. And then you'll never shoot the shot.
Yeah.
So that's what he's coming at with that. Whereas sometimes if you're like, you know what, okay, it doesn't feel right. Can I adjust it now? Yeah, I can adjust it.
Yeah.
Right, carry on. Or someone makes you laugh, you know, that was funny. And then you just got to say, right, shut up, back into it. Don't let it down, but just go, right, here I go. And go again.
That's the other one phrase I like. Thoughts aren't thinking.
Thoughts aren't thinking, yeah. and it just applies so much. You think,
what the hell does that mean? Then you think, well, if thoughts are coming into your head, they're taking you away from your shot process. You need to be thinking about your shot, actively thinking, rather than random shit popping into your head.
And you know what? That occurs for so many things in life, because when I did the Shot IQ course, it actually made me a better coach for PT. Because then I'd take my clients and I'd ask my clients, I'd say, they'd be struggling to lift a weight or something like that. And I'd be like, what is your job? And they'll be like, we'll lift the weight, perform this bench press. And I'd be like, no. Your job is to keep the weight moving until it reaches the top. And the whole outlook would just change.
Wow.
Okay. Your job in the gym is not to complete a rep. You don't even have to complete a rep. Your job is just to move that bar in a controlled manner that you can stop it at any point. And if you just do that, you just focus on that movement, push. Not, I'm nearly there. Oh, fuck, it's heavy. Fuck, put it down. That girl over there is going to see me doing my bench press.
That's when you're letting thoughts take over.
That's your thoughts taking over. And it happens in the gym. People's thoughts take over. you know, they're like, fucking, this is fucking heavy, you know, shit, you know, when instead, okay, here I go, down for your squat. My only job is to move that bar upwards, push, 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 push. Next minute, you know, before you know it, you're there.
Oh,
You've
wow.
done a rep. Come back down. What am I focusing on? What muscle am I focusing on? My glute muscles. Glutes, 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 push, 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 kind of thing.
So you're
And
thinking
people's
about the job
performance will-
rather than the weight?
Yeah.
So straight
I don't-
away,
yeah.
you're focusing on a positive rather than a negative.
Yeah. So shot IQ would actually make me a much better personal trainer, much better coach as well. And I'd also, people would almost get like, you know, almost like target panic, but for weights in the gym and stuff, you know, because they would start panicking, and it's just keeping them focused on their one job. Their one job is to just keep that exercise moving, and that's all they need to do.
You can see now how he's taken the whole shot IQ and developed mind IQ, can't you?
Exactly. That's how he's done it.
Yeah.
And I mean, I can't
Guy's a
speak for
genius.
him. I can only, you know, speak from my experience of what I've done through shot IQ. But yeah, it just applies to like many aspects of life as well. Like even if you're getting into like a argument or a debate, you know, with someone, and you're just like, where is this getting me? You know, I'm not going to get mad. I'm not getting mad at this. Like, so I'm just like, well, I'm either going to just let down, which is just walk off and go away, whatever. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Or I'm just focusing on what point am I putting across and just stick to that point and keep hammering that into them. And well, it just gives you the time to, what am I thinking about? Okay, I just need to calm down and go away, that kind of thing. And so it can just help you with that kind of situation and really picture, okay, what is going on? Why is this person mad? Why am I mad? Instead of just bellowing at each other. And yeah. So it works in those aspects as well.
A shot coach could be this useful in everything.
It is. Yeah, it is. It is insane.
Oh, wow. We need to make another 5 minutes to get through 4 hours. How have we been talking for nearly 4 hours?
I don't know.
Man, time is absolutely screaming by. Right, we have got to find out where we can find you on the socials.
Yeah. Well, I don't really use social much. Like I mainly use Instagram. I sort of post things here and there and have a flick through, but so my Instagram is Maddie _Mads_. So Maddie Mads on Instagram. So yeah, give me a follow on there. I also do have a YouTube channel. Yeah, I don't have much on it. I want to put more on it, but I've just started kind of rebranding it a bit and getting some video ideas together.
Yeah.
So that is called She Shoots Trad. She Shoots Trad. That's the channel.
Sorry, I've missaid. I thought you said she shits trad.
She shoots trad shit. You know.
All one word.
Yeah. No, all separate words. She shoots trad.
Right,
And
you'll
so-
have to send me a link, and in the show notes, I'll throw it in the show notes. Of course,
Yeah. Because I wanted to share some of my outdoor adventures a bit more and just put some longer videos up there. So
to be honest, from what I've seen, I'd sit and watch them all day long. Am I right? You were in the Lake District earlier this week.
Yeah. Yeah,
I looked at that and I
I got like a
thought-
load of annual leave off work.
I'm looking, thinking, hang on a minute. We've just got a fucking great storm blowing a hoolie all over the country, trying to smash its way through everything. What day did you go up there?
I actually went after the storm. So the storm.
Oh, you weren't up there Sunday?
No. So, well, I made my way over there Sunday, but by Sunday the storm had already passed the north kind of thing.
Yeah, because it came down and across that way, didn't it? Yeah.
I left in the storm still, but as further I got north, the wind just calmed down. And then it was just pretty decent weather, and like nothing. It rained a little bit on day one, but that was it.
Temperature.
But yeah, I went Bowfell and I went up Scaffold Pike.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Temperature was only 6-7 degrees.
Day one was warmer down the bottom of the mountain, but colder at the top because you had the wind chill and stuff. But I've invested in a lot of like Kuyu gear recently, and that stuff is amazing. Like merino wool and just having like a good windproof rain jacket.
Yeah.
And I don't buy it like full price. So I got like discount, and Kuyu had a vendor at ETAR.
Yeah.
So I actually got to try on a load of stuff.
Oh, wow.
Note down my sizes, and then I got like a discount code that I could then use for like a limited time because I came to ETAR. So I took advantage of that. And so yeah, the right gear is good. So I didn't really feel the cold that much, except in my fingers. But then I had some down gloves that I put on. And then day 2, it was real nice and sunny. And I'm glad I went up Scuffell day 2 because then I could actually see from the top.
Yeah.
Because day 1, Bowfell, I got to the top and I was in a cloud. I couldn't see anything. It was like that movie, The Mist.
Yeah.
You know, it was,
So did you camp or stay in a guest house?
I stayed in like a bunkhouse. So I didn't intend to camp, but the campsite just kept being iffy because of the storm. One minute they're open, then they're not. Then they're taking bookings, then they're not.
So I didn't know you
like,
wild camping halfway up the side of the hill. I'm thinking, this woman is absolutely fucking hardcore.
I would like to. Like I camped out in America. Oh, you know what? When I camped in America, so after ETAR, because I camped all ETAR for 5 days.
Yeah.
And then I drove a little bit west into a place called Elk County where I saw the elk because I wanted to see an elk. That was my thing that I wanted to do. And so I camped at this campsite, and it was kind of a managed campsite, but it was also quite a lot more wild than our managed campsites. It was by this like beautiful stream, and at night.
Aren't there managed campsites just a game warden pops in every now and again?
Pretty much, yeah. They had a few like shower facilities and stuff, so it was quite nice. But I think you need like a permit to camp on public land. Yeah. Because you can essentially, as long as you got a permit, you can go camp anywhere you want in the US. Obviously not on private land.
Yeah.
But anyway, at night I was sleeping in my tent and I could hear the black bears outside, like groaning.
I'd have been crapping.
It was pretty cool, you know. Like there's just something about it pretty cool. They must have been within like 100 yards because I was next to a river, so animals were gonna come to drink. In the evening I stayed by the river because I was hoping after a hot day that the elk were gonna come and have a drink. And I thought maybe they might come to this spot. Didn't see any, but then I got up at like 4:30 in the morning, got ready, got out at 5:30, and then drove to some areas of like open grassland, checked the first area, no one home, turned around as I was driving back, I went past another area and there was this big bull kind of thing.
They are good.
But anyway, yes, like hearing the black bears like whilst I was camping was pretty cool.
Did you take bear spray?
No. I mean, black bears are not really that much of a threat to humans. Like,
no,
unless
aren't they the ones you can just...
they say if it's black, fight back.
Yeah.
You know. But they're actually, I think, like humans and bears in America have like a respect for each other. Like humans know don't go near bear cubs because you're going to have to deal with an angry mama bear. And the bears are the same. They're like, you shouldn't mess around with humans because there's probably going to be more of them and you're probably going to end up being shot. Yeah. And so they do typically run away from. So I'm sure if I got out my tent and was like, "Oi, shut up out there," they probably would have ran off, to be honest with you.
I've come here for some peace and quiet, not to hear you lot partying all night long.
There was 2, maybe 3 of them.
Shit. Hang on. Damn. I don't know what's going on there. Right, I think we just lost the video feed, but we've still got audio going. Oh, no. Hang on.
Oh. Were we finishing up anyway? Or?
Hang on. Right, this is still showing recording. Oh, that's strange. Maybe it cuts off at 4 hours.
Oh, maybe.
I wonder. Right, well, I've got it. Right, looks like we've lost the video feed now. Still got the audio going. I say, what an absolute pleasure it's been to have you. Thank you so much for making it all this way to
You're
come
welcome.
and sit and have a conversation with me.
Thank you for having me.
It
was
has
a pleasure
been
to come along.
awesome talk. And I'll tell you what, I can't believe. I'd say I was so nervous about this because there was so much I wanted to ask you, and you just answered it in the natural progression of conversation. It's been a really enjoyable talk. I'll drop your Instagram link in the show notes. It's going to take me a few days to edit this, so it'll probably be mid-end of the week, but I'll let you know when it's going up.
Awesome.
If you send me a link to your YouTube channel, I'll pop that in there. Folks, give her a follow. I don't know what I'm looking at the camera for now. I haven't looked at it through the whole bloody recording.
Could still be working.
And now the camera's not on. I'm still looking at it. Well, it's still showing recording on here. But it's really weird because it didn't pick up an audio device. But I found when it picks up this for recording through, it's always about 8-9 frames behind. So I still have to lay an audio track over it and sync it up, which for a Luddite like me takes a lot of doing.
For all they know now, you're just saying your outro with like your middle finger up to the camera. They don't know. You didn't see anything. Yeah.
Folks, you know where to get hold of me. Facebook, Archery Geek Outdoors. X, formerly Twitter. Still call it Twitter, I'm old school. At @A_G_Outdoors. YouTube, Archery Geek Outdoors. Threads, Archery Geek Outdoors. Instagram, archery.geek.outdoors. Or just send me an email at archerygeekoutdoors@gmail.com. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us, Maddie. It's been an absolute pleasure. At some point, something I'd like to do, possibly next summer. People who've been guests on, bring everybody back
have
together
a mashup
and just have like a round table.
Super archery geek out session.
Oh yeah, that'll be so cool. Like I say, it's something I'm looking at in the summer, and possibly, depending on how everybody's timed, it'd be nice to get somewhere like Alex's for a weekend, record and shoot.
Maybe have like a silly game, like have some wild archery theory, and one side has to defend it, and one side has to say how stupid it is, and just like make it up. And
Tradbears shouldn't use binoculars.
You can't shoot carbon arrows out of a longbow.
There's a guy on YouTube doing that.
What?
An English longbow is promoting archery, and I'm thinking, go on, mate. I love that. The fact that you're using carbon arrows out of an English longbow.
Isn't it?
And
my goodness.
You know there's going to be an exorcism going on there, but my God, it was... go on, yes, do it. I've always wanted to see somebody do that just to piss off the purists.
Put a sight on an English longbow. I would.
They do in archery GB, don't they? Elastic bands. They put elastic bands.
Oh, do they? I don't know.
So they know how to elevate.
I actually have a Yumi bow, so a samurai Yumi bow. Yeah, and what they used to do is they did put like I mean, we don't really know that much about Japanese history, but there is a theory that they put marks on the Yumi bows to like measure like the distance gaps and stuff. And
well, it did make sense, wouldn't it? Especially in the
heat.
And
then there they are in the
NFS
coming in with these rules like you can't have wood grain or manufacturer's marks on your bow or this kind of thing. And I'm like, when I get my widow, if you think that I'm going to stick a piece of black tape over that widow that I've paid so much money for.
Well, to be fair, how good do your eyes have to be? That when it's there and you're concentrating on a target, you can pick out a single piece of grain on your bow. Mate, you need eyes like a fucking peregrine falcon. Go, gadget eyes. I'm going to zoom into that, then zoom into that. Oh, Lordy. I give up with some of the resistance. I really do.
But yeah, the whole group cop up. I've done a Biden. Turner Asher pressure.
Which way is out?
Yeah, where's the door? Like, how do I get out of here? Can I shake your hand? Wait, this hand, that hand? No. Oh, I don't know.
Give me a child's hair to sniff. Have you seen those videos of him? Oh man,
let's not piss off some of you. So, like, but no, I was gonna say, like, invite me back for the mass archery geek out session. That'd be awesome.
That'd be, yeah.
Yeah, that'd be good. People with like different backgrounds. That'd be amazing.
Well, we've had on so far. I mean,
the archery round table.
Yeah, there was Simon, there was Mark and
good.
Chelsea. They're reenactors, and Chelsea's a yoga instructor. Christ, we'd have to have a couple in via Zoom as well. Of course, there's Anthony and Angel from the States, Ryan from South Africa, although he has been over in this country. Yeah, he's a PH. The only reason we stopped recording was his internet dropped out, because he lives in the middle of nowhere, Tabazimbi in South Africa. He's a PH, and he also is involved with animal breeding programs and relocation programs.
Awesome.
Oh, he's such a cool guy, Ryan. God, there's been the folks from Paget, there's been Alex, there's been the guys from Norfolk. Bloody hell, yeah. Kopi, Carl, Andy. That could get really messy. I mean, the guys from Norfolk, we did a 4-hour job, slowly getting more and more drunk through the night. I mean, by the end of it, I'd had so much to drink. You'd have sworn I was having a stroke. I was slurring my words that much. Or was this something
did that podcast make it to stream? Or?
It did. It did. It's one of the most listened to ones.
Oh, really?
Oh, God. Jake's girlfriend, Kirsty, she's awesome, but, oh, God, did she give him some crap. I'm one of the lads there. Jake had just bought a new Matthews, and he bought that Garmin Zero sight, the range-finding sight.
Oh, okay.
And one of them says something. He says something about his sight. Yeah. And James said to him, "Yeah, your archery is all electronic based, isn't it?" And his missus just pipes up, "It's about like his sex life." And that's it. We were gone. We were just gone. It was like, oh, she pulled no punches with him that night. She was an absolute savage. But yeah, I had to put a warning in the show notes. Definitely not safe for work. There was filth, innuendo, foul language, and
oh god,
manic drunken shenanigans. We'd recorded for 45 minutes before I realised I hadn't pressed record, so we had to start again. And then about 11 o'clock we started recording. 3 o'clock in the morning we finished recording and staggered drunk out of Alex's archery range. Don't give me alcohol, please. I am not responsible. I'm barely responsible sober, so drunk, forget it. Anyway, folks, thank you so much for taking the time.
Thank you for listening.
Go and give Maddie a follow on the socials. Like I say, the links will be in the show notes. Remember, stay safe, shoot straight. Bye-bye.